Monetary Policy Report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our dual mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Incoming data suggests that the economy remains solid. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment in recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged a moderate 224,000 per month in the first 5 months of the year. The unemployment rate at 4.2% in May remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years have helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total personal consumption expenditures, or PCE prices, rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. With the labor market at or near maximum employment and inflation remaining somewhat elevated, the Federal Open Market Committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% since the beginning of the year. We've also continued to reduce our holdings of Treasury and agency mortgage-backed securities, and beginning in April, further slowed the pace of this decline to facilitate a smooth transition to ample reserve balances. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Policy changes continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that would depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll now turn to member questions. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Over the past few weeks, our Democratic colleagues have suggested the following. After the initial release of the GDP report, the president is driving the economy into a recession. Chairman Powell, the latest FOMC statement described economic activity had to continue to expand at a solid pace, and you just reiterated that in your testimony this morning. In your view, is the term recession and the economy growing at a solid pace, are those synonymous with each other?
I would say no.
And you note that the labor market continues strong, the economy's at a standard pace, and you also referenced in your testimony that that first quarter GDP initial react was also from front-end loading, as you noted, imports to try to avoid tariff impacts. Also, I looked at the Atlanta Fed GDP Now model, which forecasts GDP growth for the second quarter of this year at nearly 4%, with core GDP forecast at 2%. Does that Atlanta model suggest a recession to you?
No, I would say it doesn't.
So in looking at your remarks about tariffs today and then the ones that you made during March and April, I was looking back at a Fed study that noted that up until March, tariffs have already been partially passed through in consumer prices, leading to a contribution of merely 1/10 percentage point increase in core PCE prices. And a Harvard study last week showed that prices have only modestly adjusted since the announcement of tariffs. Finally, the longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with the 2% goal. Governor Waller laid out a pathway that allows for rate cuts provided that average effective tariff rates remain close to 10%, or I assume he means 10% or lower. The labor market remains solid. Prices continue to disinflate. So given that data I've outlined, I'm sure data that you're very familiar with, for the economy to avoid persistent inflation, do you concur with Governor Waller that there is a pathway for good news as it relates to the regulatory policies, the tax policies that I've discussed, in a world with lower tariff rates?
So first, I wouldn't comment on any other FOMC members' comments one way or the other, but I will say this. I think many paths are possible here, and certainly the one you mentioned is a possible one. We could see inflation come in not as strong as we expect, and if that were the case, that would tend to suggest cutting sooner. We could see the labor market weakening, and that would also suggest cutting sooner. On the other hand, if we see inflation coming in higher, or if the labor market were to remain strong, then we would probably be moving later. So I think a range of possible paths are possible, and certainly the one you mentioned is one of them.
In February of 2021, you told us in this committee that you would stay in your lane and not comment on President Biden's proposal for the American Rescue Plan or sharply increasing federal spending. And you said it was an issue, but that you would stay in your lane and not comment on it. But here in this year, you have commented on this idea of tariffs being set by the executive branch. So are tariffs in your lane, but a huge fiscal spending by the Biden administration not in your lane? Explain to the committee why you chose to be silent in February of 21, but outspoken this spring.
Sure, so we haven't commented, and it would be inappropriate for us to comment on the policy of tariffs. We don't have a view, it's not our job, and we just wouldn't do that. And just as we wouldn't comment on the reconciliation package that you're working on right now. We're not commenting on tariffs. What our job is inflation, keeping inflation under control, and also keeping maximum employment. And when policies have what appear to be short and medium-term implications, meaningful implications for that, then they kind of, not the policies themselves, but the inflation becomes our job.
Yeah. You know my views on price stability. I think it's a first among equals in your dual mandate. I've argued for that. I've introduced legislation to make the dual mandate the sole mandate, and we've talked about that before. But I was very curious about your thoughts on former president of the Cleveland Bank, Loretta Mester's quote that I read from last fall. She says, "I think that maximum employment is the maximum level of employment consistent with price stability." In other words, she elegantly ties that together, that price stability is what you can have more control over rather than, you know, all these other factors that enter the employment picture like legislative and executive branch. What's your thought about her quote?
I personally think that's a very reasonable way to think about it.
Thank you very much. I yield back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Chair Powell, and thank you for being here. Last week, the FOMC decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. While I was not surprised by the decision to hold rates steady, I was surprised by the committee's revised forecast since March, which represented a decrease of 0.3 percentage points for GDP, a similar increase for core PCE, and an uptick in the unemployment rate to 4.5%. Can you explain the incoming data that the committee has seen since March that caused it to make these adjustments?
Sure. So first of all, these are individual. This is not a committee forecast. These are just individuals submitting their own personal, forecasts, and we don't bless those as a committee. But I think people are looking at the incoming data and having a range of different judgments. If you look at the range, if you look at the central tendency, you'll see that it covers quite a wide range. Those are the medians that you're talking about. I think so. Inflation is projected to have moved up because of what we've seen, particularly from tariffs. And I think if you look at other outside forecasters, you'll see very much the same thing.
And what data are you looking for?
Well, we look at the incoming data on. We look at our own forecast and we ask ourselves what's likely to happen. Monetary policy has to be forward-looking. A forecast is a prediction of what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you. In its statement, the committee announced that it will continue to monitor the implications of incoming data and adjust the stand of monetary policy as appropriate. Some analysts predict 2 rate cuts by the end of the year are still on the table. Is this a fair and accurate assumption? And what incoming data will the committee need to see to consider these cuts?
So what will actually happen with rates is going to depend on the path of the economy, and that's highly uncertain. So I would just say what that means at this moment in time is that a significant majority of the committee, but also there's a pretty significant minority that doesn't agree, but a significant majority feels it will be appropriate to reduce rates later this year. And what that means is that each of those persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year, they think that there's some state of the world where inflation doesn't prove to be as high, or the labor market weakens, or some combination of those two things, that it will turn out to be more likely than not appropriate to reduce policy rates, subject to great uncertainty. I mean, we will, the story has been evolving, and our thinking has been adapting, and that will continue.
Thank you. Chair Powell, although a ceasefire has been tentatively reached in the Middle East, the situation still has the potential to open global and energy markets, especially if the ceasefire is broken, while at this point Iran is seen as unlikely to close the Strait of Hormuz. That decision could change. How is the Fed assessing the current situation and incorporating those assessments as it considers future adjustment to economic projections and its stand on monetary policy?
So I think it's too early to know what any economic implications might be, and I would not want to speculate. Like everyone else, we are, of course, watching the situation.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, after reviewing the economic data following the meeting last week, it seems to me that the committee is indicating that we could be headed for a situation where inflation accelerates while unemployment rises and growth become more sluggish. In this scenario, this will put the Fed's dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability in tension with one another. In this scenario, how does the Fed balance these priorities in order to achieve both mandates?
So let me say that we're not facing that right now, and that isn't really our forecast that we will face such an issue in a serious way. But if that does happen, then what we do is we look at the two goals and we see which one of them is farther from its goal. Two variables, is maximum employment or price stability farther from its goal, and we prefer the one that's farther than its goal. And then we also ask ourselves, how quickly will they return to goal? It's a very difficult situation for any central bank, and I would say again, we're not in that situation right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The Vice Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Heising of Michigan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hill and Chair Powell. Good to see you again. I got a lot to cover, so we're going to try and keep this concise. But following up a bit on what Chair Hill had been talking about, you had said in January 29, 2025, quote, "We don't know what will happen with tariffs, with immigration, with fiscal policy, and with regulatory policy." I would add energy into that, by the way. "We need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make a plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. This is no different than any set of policy changes at the beginning of the administration." However, December 18 of 2024 at the FOMC press conference, you noted, and I'm paraphrasing, that some Federal Reserve officials began to incorporate preliminary conditional estimates of how fiscal policies might impact the economy into their forecasts. This seems inconsistent, and I sidebarred with the chair to say, okay, did I hear this correctly, his question and sort of your answer? What I heard is that there was a belief that the IRA would not be inflationary, but that tariffs could be. Therefore, suddenly you and others were commenting on tariffs. And for the institution, I know you try to be consensus driven. Why are there FOMC participants making fiscal policy assumptions into their forecasting when you yourself said that fiscal policies need to be articulated before the FOMC can make a plausible assessment into their implications, what those will be? And I think if there's different participants having different assumptions, that would render the SEP, Summary of Economic Projections, biased, meaningless, useless, less impactful, and when you're not comparing apples to apples. So wouldn't it make more sense for all the forecasters to make the same fiscal policy assumptions at the same time? Or if not, shouldn't each participant disclose what assumptions that they're using and building into that? So here's the question.
So that's a great question. That really, when the Summary of Economic Projections was originally designed and put into effect in this way, the way it works is that individuals are free to make whatever assumptions they want, and they do disclose them. They disclose them in their speeches and things like that. So there will be situations where some people incorporate something and others don't, and we try to be transparent about that. But that's kind of the way it works. When I say we don't take it into account, I'm really talking about policy and the committee as a whole, where we won't take things into account until we know.
And you believe that the participants disclose their assumptions when they're doing their forecasts?
Well, I think they do that in their speeches. Each people go out. You may have noticed there are a lot of speeches.
Well, I guess the opaqueness of the Fed has been something over the arc of my 15 years on this committee has been one that has been debated greatly, including auditing the Fed and a number of other things that have gone on. I've got here a brief moment. I do feel like I need to touch on interest rates. Not to be a shock, you asked how the family business was doing back in Michigan. Families involved in sand and gravel and aggregates and construction and things like that. It's been strong. We need more labor. We need a few other things on that, what's happening. But I mean, I think there's no recession. That's been established. There's no hyperinflation, or certainly not as what some had been projecting. Yet there seems to be higher than expected, or certainly desired interest rates for many of us. And I'm curious how high interest rates, they hurt Americans who are paying car loans, credit cards, mortgages. Just this morning, you had FHFA Director Pulte asking for lower interest rates, which would obviously impact home buyers as well. So what is it that's keeping, in your mind, the Fed from what many of us believe is the right thing to do, which is to lower some interest rates, and by the way, match what the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, the European Central Bank, the Swiss Central Bank, a number of emerging central banks, by the way, that's your own assessment on page 33, as where you're laying that out. Why aren't we doing what the rest of the world is doing? Is it because we're at full employment? Is it because of those tariffs concerns that you said weren't part of the analysis? Was it energy, groceries, durable goods?
Bearish momentum is building, SPY, bearish momentum building.
You're right that if you just look in the rearview mirror and look at the existing data that we've seen, you can make a good argument that that would call for us to be at a neutral level, which would be, a couple of cuts or maybe more kind of thing. The reason we're not is the forecast by all professional forecasters that I know of on the outside and the Fed do expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the course of this year. When I said we weren't going to talk about tariffs and inflation, that was to say until we see what the policies are. And so now we know a lot more. It's 6 months since I said that. So anyway, I'd be happy to continue this with you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, last month there was research published in the Journal of Urban Health that found that more than half of Black women of reproductive age, that's the term they use, in the counties that I represent, that had experienced some sort of eviction during their lifetime. So that's like 50% of Black women in the two largest counties, Wayne County and Oakland County in Michigan. And these numbers are horrific. As you know, were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
And
who cares?
Are often very traumatic experience, but also it creates a cycle of poverty, but also this instability for many families.
You know what creates a cycle of poverty for Black people? Rap music.
It comes to a lot of our
Hot
Black
take.
neighbors, the access to equity, the access to housing is diminished even more. In Michigan, we lost more Black home ownership than any other state in the country during the last recession. So we know the housing crisis, I believe, is structural, and some may say it's a policy choice. While there are many factors at play, and you know this, Chairman, high mortgage rates, the finance rates and so forth, that drag the supply of new housing. But last month, new housing hit a 5-year low. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not sure exactly what statistic you are referring to.
Okay, I don't know. There was all this articles about the housing market and the impact of tariffs and so forth, and they said, again, it hit a 5-year low. And again, I'm getting this from a source. But this sets the market
From
for
a
higher
source, he
inflation,
doesn't know.
and more burdensome housing costs to years to come. So Chairman Powell, I'm looking at this monetary whatever policy framework that you guys have put together. Do you think that the way it's structured, and again, I'm trying to understand how you're looking at this in the housing crisis, do you believe it's eroding new rental supply under construction right now, leading to high inflation in future
SPY will
years?
die later this evening, not financial
I think there
advice.
are two things going on.
I did
One
quote
is
that in the
there's a
video
longer
yesterday.
run shortage of housing.
Thank
in
you for the
United
super
States, which
chat.
There's nothing that the Fed can do about. That's not something we can affect.
Well-
There's also, if I may say, in the short run, rates are high, and that's going to weigh on housing activity. But the best thing we can do for the housing market, the absolute best thing, is to restore price stability so that rates come down and so that rates can be at a
But
level
don't you
that
think
people
that
can
the
afford.
restrictive monetary policy the framework you all put together undermines long-term price stability right now by reducing the supply?
No, I mean, I think
But
it
you're
restores
reducing
restors
supply.
price stability. The point of higher rates is to, and
So
and
you don't
it
think
does
the
affect.
higher rates is impacting future supply of housing?
So I think what that does is, I think interest-sensitive sectors like housing are very much directly affected when we cut rates or when we raise rates. That's right. But that's part of the mechanism for restoring general price stability.
So keeping the high interest rates does not impact future supply of housing?
It does not, over the long.
I need to go back to talk to
Over the long run,
women that the
the
study.
Fed will not be, our policy will not be a driver of longer-run housing supply in the United
So,
States.
okay, let me ask you, what is the difference? And I'm honestly confused. I want to learn here, and I'm sure people listening to this want to learn. What is the difference between demand-driven rent inflation and supply-driven rent inflation? Like, you guys use these terminology. What is that? How do I communicate that to the public? What is the difference between supply-driven versus demand-driven rent?
You know, those are not terms that we use particularly often.
What's
but
supply-driven formula?
that would mean that, you know, that there's not enough supply to meet demand. But at the same time, it also means there's more demand than there is supply.
So are you guys ignoring that?
No, but as I said again, our policies will not affect in the long run.
No, I'm being
either
serious,
demand
because I
or
see somebody
supply
behind you
in
kind of
housing.
shaking. I'm being serious, y'all. We're talking about a housing crisis that is getting worse right now because we're not paying attention to future instability that the current rates, and you can raise your eyebrows and all this stuff behind. I don't know. I mean, do you understand? Like, I come from a community right now that I believe is now being impacted by the current framework that you're putting together, that I do feel like it's going to be long-term effects on the housing crisis, and you're ignoring it.
No, we're not, actually. We think the very best thing we can do is to fully restore price stability at the aggregate level. That will be the best thing for homeowners and for home
Even though the
builders and
housing
everybody
supply
else.
has been
In the
impacted by the
long
high
run, that
interest-
is the single
But
thing
Chairman
that
Powell,
Congress
you
has
see where I'm
assigned us
coming
to
from.
do.
But you see where I'm coming from. It is impacting future supply of housing, right?
Not in the long run, no.
Okay. Well,
Gentlewoman's
Mr.
time
Chair,
has
thank you.
expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, who's also the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, financial technology, and artificial intelligence. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. I want to dive into two actions the Fed's recently taken to get a little additional color on. Yesterday, the Fed announced that reputational risk would no longer be a component in bank exams. I viewed that positively. I viewed the reputational risk as often being a catch-all for political bias. I think it's positive to depoliticize bank exams and instead focus on the core and measurable risks. Could you provide color as to whether or not any new information came to light that led to the decision of the Fed to remove that yesterday?
I'm not aware of any new information. No, we just think it's the right thing to do, and of course made an announcement on Monday under Governor Bowman's, Vice Chair Bowman's leadership.
Why would it not have been done previously if it's the right thing to do? I agree with you it's the right thing to do. Why was it, any timeline as to why that was done yesterday versus previously?
No, I think this is a problem that we came to understand as a problem over the course of the last couple of years, and began considering what's going on here. We're hearing a lot of reports of debanking and that sort of thing, and over the course of really 2024 came to the view that this was a serious problem that we need to address, and we've said that publicly, and now we're doing this, and so are the other agencies, by the way.
I appreciate you taking that action. I do agree that there were real political bias in some of those exams, in particular as it related to regulated entities engaged in the digital asset space. Let me shift into the digital asset space if I can. Another action recently taken by the Fed, the Novel Activities Supervision Program was ended and withdrew several statements on digital asset related risks that deterred bank involvement in particular. You in the Fed and others at the Fed have spoken positively about the House and Senate work to regulate stablecoin in particular, a real opportunity to dollarize the globe and be a significant purchaser of U.S. Treasuries. Following that action by the Fed, have you seen an identifiable shift in banks or other regulated entities as it relates to engagement in the digital asset space?
You know, I wouldn't be the one to be picking that up first, but what I do see is a very significant change in the tone, and it really does reflect evolving thinking and the evolving status of the crypto industry, and I would expect over time we'll see more activity.
How is the Fed evaluating and overseeing banks or other regulated entities that are in the digital assets or crypto space?
So our view is that banks get to decide who their customers are. That's not our decision. And so banks are free to provide banking services to the crypto industry, to crypto companies, and banks are also free to conduct crypto activities as long as they do so in a way that is protective of safety and soundness.
Thank you very much. Let me shift gears because I want to give you just a little bit of an opportunity to comment on the housing sector once again, but give you a little freedom here to speak to that area. You correctly are trying to balance inflation and price stability. But also higher rates have a significant impact on the housing market as shelter and housing costs are a significant driver of why many families can't afford the things that they need. Can you provide color as to how you're analyzing the impact that housing and shelter costs have on families and on inflation with your desire to maintain price stability at the interest rates that is currently set by the Fed?
Sure. So, we realize that people are feeling high housing costs and high financing costs. In terms of inflation, we look at something called owner's equivalent rent and rentals, and that's meant to capture both rented housing and owned housing. And it's been very sticky. It's been one of the stickiest parts of inflation. I'm happy to say now it actually is coming down quite regularly. That's very good news. That's been the part, really, it's been the service inflation that's been stickier than other parts of inflation. So that's good news for people, I think, and it is showing through into measured inflation now. Again, in the long run, the best thing we can do is restore price stability and let the market work. Even then, though, we're still going to have a housing shortage.
What data do you think is leading to the reduction in the rent equivalent?
I just think it took time. So the thought is when you would think that if rents come up every year, you would think it would take 1 year or 2 years for a lack of growth in rents to show up in a lack of growth in housing prices. It turns out it takes 4 years or 3 years. If you're an existing tenant, it's a complicated thought, but if you're an existing tenant, you don't actually catch up the way you would if new tenants came in. And so that's made the measurement of inflation stickier. But I'm happy to say we've been through that period now, and we are really seeing now housing services inflation pretty close to where it was when inflation was solidly at 2%.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate that your dual mandate is full employment and price stability, and I appreciate your efforts on behalf of our country to achieve those. My understanding is that
Bitcoin
critical
didn't
data
dump last time
collected
SPY
by the
dumped.
Bureau of Labor
Last time
Statistics
the market dumped,
to help,
Bitcoin didn't dump.
formulate the indicators that you rely on, that we rely on to understand unemployment rates, CPI, and other inflation indicators. We are certainly hearing a lot about the impacts of DOGE on our workforce, and specifically about the elimination of many of those positions.
Bro,
in
I'm literally
DOS.
being
Now
shadow
we have
banned, dude. It
proposal
won't
from
say that I'm
Congress
live.
cut
I'm about
$56
to
million
just.
from that agency. Are you concerned about the ability of your team to get accurate data and about the ability to have reliable indicators to make good decisions upon?
I wouldn't say that I'm concerned about the data today, although clearly there has been a very mild degradation of the scope of the surveys and things like that. But I would say the direction of travel is something I'm concerned about, and that is measuring the U.S. economy carefully and well is a project that's been going on, and we're getting better at it for 100 years and more. And it's really important, not just for the Fed, but for Congress and for businesses, frankly, to know what really is going on in the economy. What's happening? Is growth high? Is it low? And all those sorts of things. So I think it's a smart investment to just continually try to get better at measurement of what's happening in the economy. And I don't like to see that, the kind of stories I'm reading and the idea being that the data is going to become more volatile and less reliable. That'll make it more difficult for the private sector and for you and for us. And I don't like to see that direction.
I agree. Thank you. I appreciate that it's not your role to comment on the advisability of specific policies, but given your critical role in ensuring price stability and reducing inflation, I have had conversations with, quite recently, just a week ago, with a C-suite executive of a major global retailer who informed me, because I asked, why aren't we seeing the impact of these tariffs and price data yet? And he said, it's coming in the third quarter, because it takes time for tariffs to work their way through a distribution chain. Often what you have on the shelf today may have been imported 2 or 3 months ago. Is that your understanding? Do you anticipate there may be impacts down the road?
Yeah, that's very much what I hear. I happened to meet with an unusually large number of business people in this last FOMC cycle, and that's a typical thing that they'll say, especially the retailers, that what's being sold now was in inventory in February, let's say, and it just isn't showing up yet. So we do expect to show up tariff inflation to show up more. But I want to be honest, we really don't know how much of that's going to be passed through to the consumers. We just don't know, and we won't know until we see it. It could be lower than we expect. It could be higher. We have to wait and see, which is kind of what we're doing.
I appreciate the uncertainty. Another thing he told me.
I appreciate the uncertainty. Did he really just say that?
They will increase.
I appreciate
prices
the
on goods not
uncertainty.
subjected to tariffs to compensate for the very substantial losses they have to suffer.
Yeah, I'm about to just not stream, bro.
with the
YouTube
increase of
shadow
tariffs on
banning me.
relatively price inelastic.
I'm about to just not stream at all.
Price elastic goods. So in other words, necessities will also tend to bear a higher price, even if they're not subjected to tariffs. Is that your understanding of the potential impacts?
You know, that very much is something that companies will tell you that they do. If they can't cover the losses on the thing that's being tariffed, they'll find other ways to do it. We actually don't have prominent examples of that yet, but that's certainly a possibility. And that did happen in the last tariff episode with washing machines and dryers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And finally, you know, there's indications in the introduction of the report that the Fed is losing its ability as we see interest rates getting closer and closer to the minimum threshold, the ability to stimulate this economy in times of recession. We haven't had a recession, or at least we haven't had an extended recession in a decade and a half. I am particularly concerned now as we are looking at debt that is being considered to be imposed on future generations by this particular bill. Could there be a combination of very high debt and very little room to move in monetary policy that could undermine our ability to respond to the next recession?
So we faced that issue quite a bit in the era of very low interest rates. But, you know, we're at higher levels of interest rates now, so there's significantly more room to cut than there was then.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thanks for being here today. Appreciate it. I want to go back to something we had some brief discussions about this in the past, but in September of 2024, with core inflation still being above target and the labor market was holding steady at the time, the Fed made a decision to cut rates by a full 0.5 percentage point. It kind of raised some serious questions as to whether or not the data truly supported such a move at that time, and I think some of us were surprised that it was a full 0.5%. So can you revisit that again, what the Fed was thinking at that time? Because it seems to be somewhat of an enigma now. It stands out as, you know, why was this done? Why was the 0.5% done at that point?
I'd be glad to. So first of all, actually the inflation and employment readings were very similar then to what they are now. They weren't terribly
True,
a tenth or two.
Right.
But the difference then was, you mentioned that the labor market was stable. It wasn't. The unemployment rate had actually gone up almost a full percentage point. I was very clear about this. We were very clear about it in real time too. The concern at that time was that there really hasn't been an experience, or hadn't been an experience in the modern era, in which the unemployment rate has gone up close to 1%, that hasn't been followed by much higher levels of unemployment and a recession. So we were looking at that and saying, and remember, at that point, at the point we're talking about, the federal funds rate was 5.3%, so definitely a very restrictive level. We were the last of the big central banks to cut. So we wanted to make a statement that we were supportive of the labor market and not just inflation. We've been focusing on inflation. I was quite clear about this. So it was all about the labor market. Inflation was the same, and unemployment was roughly the same, but it was the rate of change with the unemployment rate that raised a lot of concerns. And remember, we were being criticized for being late to cut. So we could have done 25. If we'd done 25 in July, we were criticized for not cutting in July. Instead, we cut 50 in September, and it seemed like the right thing to do. You know, and at the end of the day, we do what we think is the right thing when we think it's the right thing to do. We don't take into consideration political factors. If we start doing that, I don't know where that stops. Once you start considering elections and stuff like that, where does it stop? You know, so
No, and I didn't want to insinuate that it had anything to do with the election itself, but there just seems to be some very similar numbers right now. And I'm wondering, and I don't bring this up because I want to kind of make a point about, did the Fed do the right thing or not. I bring it up because it seems like everything's in place right now to kind of do the same thing, make the same move. I know this morning already, you've talked a little bit about where you were on inflation right now and kind of what you're watching, but is there any lesson there? I mean, are we in a position where it would be appropriate to do something as big as a 0.5% cut again?
Well, look, as I said earlier, if you just look at the basic data and don't look at the forecast, you would say that we would have continued cutting. The difference, of course, is at this time, all forecasters are expecting pretty soon that some significant inflation will show up from tariffs. Now, and we can't just ignore that, but we're just saying let's wait and see more. That's all we're doing. And if you will have noticed, a substantial majority of the committee has written down rate cuts in the remaining 4 meetings this year. So it's just a question of being prudent and careful. But at a time when the labor market is still strong, we don't see weakness in the labor market. If we did, that would change things. We're going to continue to adapt as the data adapt. But that is the difference between then and now. Then, inflation was forecasted to continue to come down. Here, it's forecasted to go up by all forecasters. So, and again, we're not overreacting to that. We're just saying, hey, as long as the economy's strong, we can take a little bit of a pause here. And that's what we're doing. And again, continue to adapt as the data comes in. If we see data that suggests that inflation's not going to produce big increases, that would matter. And if we saw the labor market weakening, that would matter too. But we don't see those things.
What about supply chain? In 2020, that was a big issue, obviously related to COVID. But I know myself and other members, when we're in our districts and we're specifically talking to light manufacturing, there's concerns about the supply chain. Is that part of the data package that you review when you make a decision about where we're headed in the future?
Very much so. I think that's one of the great, won't call it a great thing, but one of the lessons to be taken from the last episode is supply chains really matter. We're watching that carefully. It's too soon to say really on that. We're not seeing it yet, but we could.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as a member of the Intelligence Committee, I'm deeply concerned about the threat of Iranian cyber attacks on our financial system as retaliation for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. In its cybersecurity report last year, the Fed acknowledged that critical infrastructure, including financial services, is at risk with rising geopolitical tensions. Iran has a history of targeting American infrastructure companies and financial institutions and banks, which could obviously threaten and cause economic damage. What actions is the Fed taking now to monitor and defend against Iranian or proxy cyber threats targeting our country's financial institutions?
So we're in touch with the other regulators and the parts of the government that work on cyber, as you know, and we're in touch with the banks to say, for people to be on the alert for things like that to happen, and also we're on the alert because we're a target as well. So you're right to raise it. It's a big issue, and
Do you feel like you have the resources right now to be prepared for that?
Yes, I mean I think we do. We spend a lot, and the government generally spends a lot on these things, and but you can never ever be comfortable in this area because the bad guys are always getting better, so we need to get better.
Thank you, Chairman. Switching gears, the President and members of his administration have recently called you out, various name calling for certain decisions you've made. I know that some people worry that the President's bullying will impact your decision making. I know you work together, and I know that and respect, obviously, your independence greatly. Anything you want to add and give you a chance to reiterate your independence to the American people?
Yeah, I would just say we're focused on one thing, and that is we want to deliver a good economy for the benefit of the American people. That's it. And
GME must hold 2315. GME must hold 2315.
We stay focused on that task all the time. We always do what we think is the right thing to do. And,
AMC just filled its gap. AMC just filled its gap.
I don't know how else to do the job.
Right, so the name calling and the Mr. Too Late and all that stuff, the American people shouldn't worry about that. You're focused on being independent.
That's what I care about. I care about doing the job for the American people. The things we do matter a lot for people's lives, and that really concentrates the mind.
Yeah, he ruins people's lives daily.
Stay focused on that task. As long as you're sitting in these chairs that we occupy, Focus on that task, do what you think is the right thing, and take the consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've previously stated that you view stablecoins as a form of money. Payment stablecoins are already being used for both retail and wholesale payments, as well as for settlement. Recently, this committee passed the Stablecoin Act and the Senate passed the Genius Act, both aiming to establish clear regulatory frameworks for fully reserved dollar-backed payment stablecoins. Given their design to maintain a stable value and be redeemable for U.S. dollars, should the SEC or other regulators explore treating these stablecoins as cash equivalents for accounting or financial reporting purposes?
The CIA made stablecoins, buddy.
It's a
They're
great
there
thing
for the
that
dollar.
Bills are moving. We need a stablecoin framework on that particular issue. I don't have a view for you. I can come back to you on that.
I'd be grateful. Thank you. High rates have also caused
Spy-tracking.
the cost of paying off our nation's
NASDAQ
debt
unsustainable.
skyrocket.
NASDAQ
The CBO
unsustainable.
estimates that interest payments will cost the U.S. $1 trillion in fiscal year 2026 and continue to rise to almost $1.8 trillion by FY 2035. How do you see us continuing to be able to afford to pay our
RSI
debt
trending
rate
down.
as the U.S. continues to borrow? How does that impact
Price
your decision?
trending
to
up.
keep
Last time we
our
seen this on the bigger
rates?
time frames, we
Obviously,
saw a
our countries
huge
in
correction to the
Japan,
downside.
Significant buyers of our bonds have started decreasing their purchases significantly. Other internal pressures worldwide.
Massive
have had
correction
impact.
is
Are you
coming for
worried
the market.
about this global issue?
Fiscal policy and it really is not our job, and it's not something we take into consideration in making monetary policy. That's really elected people's jobs, and I would add that, for some time now, the U.S. federal fiscal policy has been on an unsustainable path, and, I'll limit myself to that.
Last question. Last week, you chose to keep rates steady, and families in our state, as you'll hear from a lot of people today, are really struggling with the higher cost of borrowing and putting off bigger purchases on things like cars and homes. As a result, their wallets being crushed by these price hikes and obviously the president's tariffs. What do you have to say to Jersey families who are struggling with higher costs and how you look at how they should forecast themselves for their own families?
We're committed to returning inflation sustainably to 2% and keeping it there in the long run. And what we're doing now is we had cut rates by 100 basis points, so they've come down quite a bit. And when the time is right, I expect that will continue, and that will depend on economic factors, in the coming months for starters.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Nebraska, the chair of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Flood, you're recognized 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, later this week, the banking agencies will be proposing changes to the supplementary leverage ratio, which we think are long overdue, considering the Fed in 2021 indicated that they would soon put out proposals for reform to the SLR and never actually did. However, our understanding is that the proposal being considered this week will not allow for treasuries to be excluded from the SLR calculation. Secretary Bessent earlier this year had argued that such a change could serve as a boost for banks and their ability to intermediate in the treasury market and could potentially pull treasury yields down 30 to 70 basis points. Chairman Powell, do you agree with the Treasury Secretary's comments on the potential positive impact of SLR reform on the treasury market, and what is the rationale for not excluding treasuries from the SLR calculation in the proposed rule?
So I agree that when the leverage ratio is binding, it discourages banks from undertaking low-margin, fairly safe activities, such as mediation in the treasury markets. So this should encourage more mediation. I don't have a numerical estimate of how much that would matter.
How would you short a stock that holds $9 billion in cash and has Bitcoin?
For a very long time.
Doesn't make any
Before
sense.
2021.
Chairman.
In terms of the structure of the thing, I think we're seeking comment on a particular proposal that doesn't involve exclusion, but we're also asking a question about exclusion.
Mr. Chairman, considering the Fed temporarily excluded treasuries from the SLR calculation during the COVID pandemic, were you aware of any safety and soundness or financial stability problems that arose as a result of that decision? And if not, why was that relief terminated in 2021?
So that was an emergency measure. From the beginning and end, it was an emergency measure. I think, my long-held view is that we should have a permanent measure, and now we're going to. And we have an open board meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and after I finish my hearing on the Senate side, and I'm very much looking forward to putting this proposal out for comment.
Thank you. In March, the Federal Reserve, together with the FDIC and the OCC, announced that they intend to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Act and replace it with the legacy CRA framework. Nearly 3 months have passed since this announcement. What is the status of this project?
Well, we're going to do what we said we were going to do. It's just a question of execution, and I think you'll see that coming. This would be so Vice Chair Bowman has the job of sequencing these things, and that one's certainly coming.
Do you intend to issue a proposal that will be a clean rescission and replacement of that rulemaking, or are you considering amendments to the legacy rule?
I honestly don't know. We'll come back to you on that.
Okay, so we should know more later this week?
We might, yeah.
Okay. Finally, I'd like to build off of what Congressman Stile asked previously on the Supervision of Novel Activities program. Do you feel any changes could be made to it to encourage innovation, and do you anticipate any such changes to the program?
I do, and I also think Governor Bowman, now Vice Chair Bowman, is someone who is actually deeply knowledgeable and experienced in supervision, and that hasn't really been the model. We've more had people who are experts on regulation. I think she brings a particular ability to move supervision in a healthy direction while also preserving safety and soundness, and that's what you mentioned is one of the dimensions in which I think that will be true.
Thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate your service to the country, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member of our full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, I appreciate that despite the repeated attacks by the president and his cabinet on you personally, that you stood your ground and you did not bow to pressure from Trump, especially given the current state of economic uncertainty due to his policies. Last week, the Fed held interest rates.
SPY starting the pullback, SPY starting the pullback as expected, SPY pulling back as expected.
To expect a meaningful amount of inflation due to tariffs, Trump's tariffs. You said that it may take some time for the tariffs to work their way through the supply chain, but that you found, and I quote, many companies do expect to put some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the
We
next
got some new
person
people in the chat. Okay, we got some non-members in the chat. Love to see it.
Quote, end quote.
Dr. Quality Control, Jeremiah, and Stormlight.
Other
Welcome.
countries pay these tariffs. Can you confirm that it is indeed consumers and businesses in the United States that will bear these costs?
I cannot stand Maxine Waters, bro. I cannot stand Maxine Waters.
The retailer, the manufacturer, or the consumer that winds up paying these tariffs. In the beginning, it will be the importer that pays the tariff, but ultimately it will be spread out among those 5, each of which will try very hard not to contribute, but in the end, the tariff will be paid, and all of the data suggests that at least some of that will fall, not all of it, but at least some of it will fall on consumers.
Well, you indicated it may take some time for tariffs to work their way through the supply chain. Would you elaborate on this, including when is it that
SPY literally tracking with yesterday's predictions. SPY literally tracking.
Trump's tariff policy?
So, the things that are being sold at retail now, they might have been put into inventory before the tariffs in February or March. So we think we should start to see this over the summer, in the June numbers and in the July numbers. And if we don't, I think we're learning here. If we see less pass-through, there aren't historical experiences we can consult here, really. So it may turn out that the pass-through is less or more than we think. And I think we're going to be learning. We'll get a number for June, an inflation number for June. We'll learn something then. We'll get it for July as we go through the summer. We should start seeing this. And if we don't, I think we're perfectly open to the idea that the pass-through will be less than we think. And if so, that'll matter for our policy.
Well, I've been talking with a lot of my constituents about these tariffs. And the question that comes up is, now, is this going to only hurt maybe the big businesses? What about our small business people? What about the people that we buy goods and services from every day in our communities? Is this going to hurt big business as well as small business?
Yes, I mean, I don't think it's, I think it will certainly. If
These
you're a
people
smaller
talk like
company,
they're
maybe
actually out in the
it's a
community
small
doing
product.
shit. They live in mansions in the
That's a
rich
common
part of
business
town. They're not in the
practice,
community
and
buying
you may-
shit.
If your product is tariffed, you may be the one that's affected significantly, whereas bigger companies have more resources and a more diverse product line.
Spy filled one
Why
gap,
do you
spy
think you
filled
can
one gap. We
resist
still have
the
one more gap to the downside at
basically telling you what to
606.86.
do? What gives you that authority?
I don't think about it that way at all. I think I have a job that I'm sworn to do, and all I think of is how much people rely on us to get it right. You know, it really matters that we get it right.
NASDAQ
And
unsustainable
that
move to the upside.
concentrates
NASDAQ
on mind.
unsustainable move
And so
to the
that's what we think
upside.
about
This
it,
will be
that we
pulling
think about
back, not
what's the
financial
right
advice.
thing. You know, I have, all I want to do in what's left of my time at the Fed is have the economy be strong and have inflation be under control, have a solid labor market. I want to turn it over to my successor in that condition. Of course, that's what keeps me up at night, is to do that. And that's what I think about. That's the only thing I think about.
So how are you protected? By law, by constitution? Where does your authority come from?
I think, you know, I've covered all that. I do think we're fully protected, and again, I don't think about that anymore. What I think about is let's just do our jobs, and that's what we do. You know, we don't talk about those issues at all, and all we do is do our jobs as best we can. And you know, it's not an easy job, but it's one we've willingly taken on, and very important that we remain focused just on the job and not on other things.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, our vice chair.
Yo, he called
Mr.
Maxine
Waller,
Waters
you're
a dude. He
recognized
said the
for-
gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as recently as yesterday, Fed Governor Bowman indicated
That was almost as funny as when he said, "Thank you for the
inflation pressures
uncertainty."
Remain contained. The Fed should consider lowering rates, and said she is open to a rate cut in July. Governor Waller said very much the same. Do you believe that we are in a position where we may be able to cut rates in July?
So I would say this. I think if it turns out that inflation pressures do remain contained, then we will get to a place where we cut rates sooner rather than later. But I wouldn't want to point to a particular meeting. I don't think we need to be in any rush because the economy is still strong. The labor market is strong. If we were to see the labor market, you know, meaningfully weaken in a way that was concerning, that would matter for that decision. But if we see inflation, you know, continuing not to move up, we hadn't expected inflation to move up much. We do expect it to move
GameStop will
in
bounce.
the summer, and if we see it not happening, you know, we'll learn from that.
The September 2018 Teal book suggested that the Fed, seeing through tariffs' inflationary effects, is an appropriate response so long as inflation expectations are firmly anchored and that the pass-through costs are relatively short-lived. Would you agree that this assessment from the Teal book still applies to today?
I would. Those are the exact factors that we cite when we talk about this situation, plus the size of the tariffs.
Right. So let's assess the current economic situation. The Monetary Policy Report states that longer-run inflation expectations, quote, continue to be broadly consistent with 2% inflation, unquote. And a Harvard study argued that despite the relatively quick price responses to tariff announcements, the overall magnitude of these changes remains modest. So if these conditions hold, is it not unreasonable to think that underlying inflation trends should continue?
Why is BlackBerry up 12%?
That's certainly a
BlackBerry,
very
bro.
flexible
Keep this
position.
on your radar, man. Look at this
You
thing.
know, what others on the committee.
It's up like
think, but I
100% from the
think
lows.
That this is a question we need to be careful with because it's different than it was. in
74% from the lows right now.
The difference is that we
75.
haven't had 2% inflation. In 2018, we hadn't had an inflation as high as 2% for a decade anymore.
Right.
This is a different situation. We haven't fully restored price stability, and another shock. We have to be careful. If there's a meaningfully large and sustained inflation shock, we have to be careful about that. And so, you know, I think we're just trying to be careful and cautious, and we really think that's the best thing we can do for the people that we serve. If that happens, we need to be there for it. And so
Somehow
we're in a
118
difficult
people found me,
situation
and YouTube's not saying I'm
deciding
live.
exactly when
YouTube
to
does
move.
not say I'm live
Yeah,
right
if
now,
we
dude.
continue
Like,
to see
I'm so
inflation
pissed
come in,
off. I don't even want to
and
stream.
not prove up at the high levels higher levels than we expect, then that would matter for our decision-making.
If I was
Powell,
any
economist
smaller
John
of a
Taylor
creator,
once
this would
noted
literally
that the
destroy me
Federal
today.
Reserve should deviate
It's not
from
saying
its
I'm
own
live.
tariff rule in the event of an
Look,
oil
if I go to my, if I, it won't say I'm
Similar to
live,
the
watch this.
tariff scenario, one-time
Normally there's a
price
circle
increase
around
from
it
an
that
oil
says you're
shock
live.
should not be accompanied with
Look,
an
it does not
increase
say I'm
in
live,
interest
bro.
rates. Do you agree with
It's
that?
literally shadow banning me.
Generally do, yes.
Previously, you
Normally
said
there's a
that
circle
if you
around
wait
this that says
for
you're
inflation
live
to get
when you view your
back
channel.
down to 2% to cut rates, you are already too late. You also said in November 2024 that inflation was on a sustainable path to 2%. Given that the FOMC believes
I'm
that
literally getting
interest
shadow
rates
banned
now
after I
are
told you guys that stuff in
moderately
yesterday's live
restrictive,
stream.
and that an oil or tariff shock may not impact underlying inflation in a significant or meaningful way because, as the Monetary Policy Report established, inflation expectations are firmly anchored. What is the reason not to cut rates?
Well, it's uncertainty about the size and potential persistence of the potential but highly uncertain inflation from tariffs. By the way, we have 5 Taylor rules in the Monetary Policy Report. 4 of them say that the policy rate is in the right range, and the other one calls for a hike.
Right.
Just for the record.
Well, back in the beginning of the Biden administration, okay, when we talk about inflation, they increased federal spending by $2.5 trillion each year. $5 trillion in new spending. That's what gave us inflation, by printing all of this new money and borrowing, and yet you did not respond to that by raising rates. In fact, you were late to raise rates. And now, again, we see a situation where
Gentleman's time
you are late to cut rates. That is the challenge here.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of your knowledge, has President Trump put forward a
I told you guys
coherent
secrets of the
tariff
rich and
policy?
famous yesterday on live stream.
Is that your opinion?
That is not a judgment for me to make or to discuss.
Spy
Well,
starting to
what
pull
do you
back as
think?
expected. Spy starting to pull back as expected.
You-
Told you rally was
you're running
unsustainable.
Comment on the
Economy.
president's words or the president's
Does the
policies.
president, in your opinion, does he have a coherent tariff policy?
What is this
You
dude
are-
saying? He sounds like a mumble rapper.
You
Oh, blah, 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 blah.
This is your ballywig. Do you think he's got a good policy?
Blah, 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 blah.
Never comment on the president of the United States in that way.
All right. What do you think our policy should be?
Yo, bro sound like he's on lean.
Role in either
Right.
pushing
Policy.
or commenting on
P.
tariff policy or fiscal policy for that matter.
Let
Not
me
our
tell you-
business. We have a specific mandate. We try to stick to it.
What is
let me tell you
happening?
something, Chairman. In my state of Georgia,
Now he sounds
got
way
the
different. What is
fastest
going on?
a trade group down there, the Port of Savannah, is indeed our nation's fastest growing party. And
Powell's like, what is this guy saying?
Even more. The
Look at
cost,
Powell's face right
the
now.
Expenses. Our business community is suffering. And I want to know what you think of.
Why does he
our
sound like he's
tariff
talking in slow motion? I wanna
What do I tell my
know.
people? What do we tell the American people? And you're a good man. I want to know the answer to this question. I want to know how you feel.
Yo,
This
bro
a
is
tax
definitely
question.
zooted as hell right now.
It's a
There's no way he's
tax
not high.
increase. It's running people out of business. What do you think about that? Give me some sort of answer. Do you think anything about our tariff policy? Don't you feel you have a responsibility here? Are you afraid of President Donald Trump? Why don't you deal with this? Because our economy are suffering in a mighty bad way. and I've got to represent my constituency. And they are, let's take Georgia's agricultural sector. Mostly
Bro is about to waste all of his time trying to explain his
cotton
question.
exports. They've been hit hard.
They've been hit hard.
Tariffs from key trading partners like China. Why are you running away from the tariff fight? Give us some.
Nah, this is part 2, bro.
Honestly, this is just not our role. We are not a, an institution that comments on or analyzes decisions that the president makes or the things that he runs for office on and is elected on and then does. That's just completely out of our lane. It's really inappropriate for me to have any comment on that. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Scott.
So you don't comment on supply shocks. You don't comment on
having
tax
these
policy, which clearly
regional
affects
differences.
inflation. You don't comment on demand pull. You just said now that we should forgive student debt. Why is a person that goes to Harvard, that gets a gender studies major, pays Harvard obscene amounts of money because professors are grossly overpaid there, is that person better than a working class Ohioan that is a plumber but can't afford a car because interest rates are too high and car prices have gone up? Why don't we forgive that person's car loan instead of forgiving their student loan? But you don't comment on that. You comment on tariffs. So I'm going to just show you.
I don't comment on tariffs at all, actually. I comment on
only
inflation.
commented on tariffs. You've
I'm
only
not commenting on the
tariffs.
wisdom of tariffs.
Look, the chairman's over there in the conversations. I'm going to show you a chart here. This is car prices.
I'm paying attention, however.
This is car prices since this year. Car prices are down.
They pulled the switcheroo on me, bro. It said live at first. I switched it to the right one now.
We got elected by millions of voters. You got elected by one person. He doesn't want you to be in that job. And you are costing.
Bro's the only one who brought a chart.
$1 a year by refusing to lower interest rates.
Bro's the only one who brought a chart.
Has that kind of power to have a $400 billion impact on this economy, on our deficit. And I just think that you should consider whether you're really looking at this from a fiscal lens or a political lens, because you just don't like tariffs.
Senator Warnock is next.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Thank you, Chair Scott, and thank you, Chair Powell. Good to see you. The United States national debt currently exceeds $36 trillion. Last year, we paid nearly $1 trillion in interest on the debt alone, more than the federal government spent on educating and feeding our children. Chair Powell, how does the Fed consider rising national debt levels during discussions about adjusting interest rates?
We really don't. We take fiscal policy as completely exogenous, and we look at the data that's coming in, but we don't, we're never going to take into account budget deficits and things like that.
Well, here's my concern. Maybe Congress should be thinking about it. The world is losing faith in America's ability to repay our debt. We have seen a sell-off in the bond market. The United States dollar has lost more than 10% of its value against the euro and pound, and is down against nearly every single major currency in the world. Back in May, Moody's downgraded the U.S. government's credit rating because of growing debt and sinking confidence in lawmakers' willingness to address this
GameStop
issue.
bouncing as expected. GameStop
Historically,
bouncing
high
as
debt
expected.
pushes up interest rates, slowing economic growth and setting up a dangerous debt cycle where both interest rates and debt continue to rise.
Sharp
Chair Powell,
decline.
how does the size and the trajectory of the national debt affect
607
the Federal
puts
Reserve's
printing so
ability
far.
to manage inflation
607 puts
in
printing.
good economic times and spur investment and hiring in slower economic times?
I'm happy to say that today, those things do not affect our ability to do our job. The concern really is that if we don't do something, then there will come a time at which it will be a problem, not for us, but for the country. But that, at this time, it does not interfere in any way with our ability to do
That is a realistic concern in the future, given the rate of increasing debt. And it's something I'm concerned about, and maybe because it's in the future, maybe that's why, you know, folks who have power, who sit in these jobs, aren't as concerned about it as perhaps the Congress should be. I'm concerned about it as a father. of a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. I'm concerned that my Republican colleagues are planning to ram forward a bill that, according to the Congressional Budget Office, will increase the deficit.
That bill will 100% increase the deficit.
$2 trillion. So I want us to think about that.
I want you all to think about that. The government, all they do is spend. They don't fix anything. And this is proof that no party is going to fix anything.
Million Americans.
Not the Republicans and not the Democrats. No one is going to fix it.
The Medicaid recipients and
Stop believing in the government.
So we're taking their health care, and then we're saying to these children that you'll have to deal with these trillions of dollars in debt one day. $4.2 trillion increase. Senate Republicans are trying to use a budget gimmick to claim the bill only costs a fraction.
I ain't dealing
of
with
that.
shit. I got
Simply
Bitcoin.
not counting things they don't want to count. If they don't like the math, they just change the formula. But the markets and those investing in our country don't care about these budget tricks. And I don't think it will help my 6-year-old and my 8-year-old when the bill comes due on this. They know the truth, and they will react based on the truth. The big ugly bill will put the United States on a disastrous fiscal path, and it will be catastrophic for our economy. Even worse, the big ugly bill is cutting people off of their health care.
Bro, to call it the big ugly bill is the most petty, childish thing I've ever seen a grown man do. Bro, you are 50 years old. Just call the bill by its name. I understand that you don't like it, but bro, you are petty and childish, and it shows you should not be in the position you are in if you cannot just be a regular human being.
Tax cuts for the
These
working
people are
class.
so skewed by bias,
shouldn't be
bro.
cutting their health
All
care.
they see is red and blue.
We ought to save the country.
These people, all they see is red and blue. They're literally gang members. Look, they all dress. Blue dress is all blue. Red dress is all red. They're literally gang members, yo. They're like, either you're red or blue, and if you're not my side, then the other side.
By not giving more tax breaks to the richest Americans. And if we try to work together, we can save our economy from this disaster and still protect working families from a tax hike. I believe in tax cuts. I think working class Americans ought to give them, ought to receive them. And we ought not be burdening our children with all of this debt. With that, I yield, and the chairman should take note that the Baptist preacher is done with 3 seconds left.
And the people said amen. Okay. Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Warren, for holding this meeting.
Our children with all of this
Chairman
debt.
Powell, it's good to see you here
With that,
again.
I yield, and the chair.
Chairman Powell, I want to talk with you about inflationary and deflationary trends in our economy and how they impact your thinking. I understand, based on your testimony and recent statements, that you're acutely sensitive to the inflationary
with the
risk
5
of our administration's
Ps.
trade policy.
Let's go.
And though I note that it's not the Fed's responsibility.
In celebration of that 5 piece, I'm giving away 1 free membership,
No tax
so
on
spam it.
overtime is going to put 10 to 12 ths and in my pockets waving hand white heavy check mark so buying dips AMC baby popcorn 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 person surfing medium light skin tone male sign person surfing medium light skin tone male sign.
Hey, in honor of that, I'm giving away 1 free membership. So if you are not a member, start spamming right now. If you are not a member, start spamming right now. GameStop tracking, GameStop tracking.
Pass a tax bill. That tax bill is going to encourage capital expenditures and long overdue.
If you are not a member, start spamming. I'm giving away 1 free membership right now, just cause.
And if you think about the concerted effort that's being undertaken by our federal government right now to reduce waste and bloated, unproductive government payrolls, all of these point to disinflationary productivity gains. So given the competing sources of uncertainty that we're talking about, it feels to me like the Fed's far more focused on tariffs and the inflationary impact of tariffs than on the deflationary impact of the points I just mentioned. So if uncertainty around tariffs is the primary reason that impacts your thoughts, I mean, how do you counter, how do you bring into account these disinflationary trends that I've just mentioned?
So we do look at the overall picture, and that's actually what's been happening is services inflation's been coming down, and that's been covering what we see so far, small increases in goods inflation. I would also mention a factor that you didn't mention on your list, which is regulation. which is an area which could also be over time disinflationary. So we get that. I mean, there, you know, I try to say that it's
Monday, just won a free
I get asked about
membership
tariffs a
from
lot.
me.
That's
He's the one who
one
made
where
a couple beats.
all
He made a couple
forecasters are
beats that I used.
expecting, you know, a significant increase in.
And if you
between now
didn't
and
win,
the
don't
first
worry.
year.
There will be more
We don't know how
chances
big it's
to
gonna
win,
be. We
ladies
don't
and
know when
gentlemen,
it's
for
gonna
all of
come,
the
but
non-members.
it's
You
just
will
something
become
that
a member.
we're
Members get
willing to
access to
see
videos
more
early,
information on so
access
we
to
can make a
members-only
better decision on
content,
interest rates. That's all it
access to
is.
exclusive
I hear the
emotes.
discussion about not knowing the
They also get a
magnitude of the
badge next to
timing
their
of,
name, loyalty badge,
the trade talks and the
and
resulting
they
tariffs
get
that will
special
ensue. It
member
does seem to me
privileges.
that
Thank
there's
you.
a bias toward viewing this as more inflationary than deflationary. And I'd like to ask you this. If Ambassador Greer is
One free
successful in
membership
bringing the
given
trade
away
deals
from me
together
to you
soon
guys.
and alleviating that uncertainty, what would that do to your perspective on rates? Would that put you in a position to think more aggressively about lowering rates?
Yes, potentially it would. I mean, really, it's reducing uncertainty would help, and also just what's going to be the final tariff rate and getting that settled. And I think that's the path we're on. You know,
I think that's welcome news. I think the markets will welcome that as well, because I do believe that we're on the path, as you're about to say.
Yeah, I should have let him spam longer. I should have let him spam longer. It'd have built more engagement. You're
The
right.
United States has had the lowest tariff barriers in the world.
You guys should still spam because it
They-
helps
they
me get more
can-
people in here.
Jameson Greer and this team, Scott Besson and his team, the president, everyone is making a concerted effort. To
Just
fix this.
spam because I get more people. Moas 2030.
One other area I wanted to touch on, because it's touching close to home, and that is legislation that this committee has just passed out and that we've just passed in the Senate. That's to do with the Genius Act. We just passed it last week, and it provides an urgently needed regulatory framework for payment stablecoins, and it requires that they're backed one-to-one by cash or short-dated U.S. Treasuries. Over the last 5 years, the total value of outstanding stablecoins has increased from approximately $4 billion to over $2 billion today. One market participant has predicted that if a framework like the Genius Act is adopted, total issuance of dollar-pegged stablecoins could reach nearly $4 trillion by the end of the decade. So I wanted to get your perspective again, Mr. Chairman, of what impact would this new source of demand for bills have on the yield curve, and in particular, what impact would it have on short-term rates?
You know, so more demand is going to have a tendency to drive down rates. I don't really have a sense of how big that effect would be, of course. And let me just say that it's a great thing.
GameStop bouncing as expected. GameStop bouncing as expected. Island with the 10-piece!
The direction clearly is that it's going to drive rates down. I think it's very positive for the economy, positive for our cost of borrowing as a nation.
Island with the
appreciate your response
10-piece.
there,
Let's
Mr. Chairman.
go.
Thank you very much.
That's like that's one of our bigger super chats lately. Thank you, brother.
Chairman Powell, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, brother.
I want to follow up on a question from Senator Warner about data deterioration.
Been a while since I've seen one of those.
That as well. That the Trump administration, I'm watching as they've ended dozens of research studies that business and government leaders rely on. So my question to you, are there specific research projects
By
that the
AMC you
Bureau of
filled
Labor
hyped.
Statistics provided
Been
that
loading
they
saluting
no
face
longer
dizzy dizzy
do
popcorn popcorn
provide, that the
popcorn
Federal
person surfing
Reserve
medium light skin tone male
cannot
sign person
replicate
surfing
on their
medium
own
light skin tone male sign
or
Seffi
through
dark
other
skin tone.
sources?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they don't exist, but mainly it's the regular data they supply. And as you know, they've cut back on the size of that survey.
Right. So I would hope as we move forward, and not just in today's hearing, but if there is some other data, or you're relying on data that you're not getting, or there's now another source for that data, I would please share
Oh!
with
Oh
me.
my God, she's hideous.
Yes.
During the
Sorry, guys, I turned to the
administration,
screen and then-
Federal Housing
is that a
Finance
dude or
Agency and
a
Federal
woman?
Reserve work together to improve access to the.
I can't tell. Is that a middle-aged man or a woman? I
collaboration
can't tell.
with the,
Okay, let me
FHFA?
stop.
I
Oh
can't
my
speak to
God,
the
she looks like
FHFA.
Cruella de Vil.
I can speak to the fact that we're really looking carefully at, modernizing the discount window.
Hey, what is going on behind POW?
No, it's going to be, this is a project that will take some time, it's, the discount window needs to be updated and refreshed.
Are these
from a
like future
technological
economic
standpoint, so
students or something? What
people
is going
can
on here?
access it readily and that kind of thing. It's still a little bit behind the age in that respect.
Do you have a time frame that you're looking at to
I'll get back to you. You know, it's
Okay.
something we've been working on
Or is there a
hard.
funding impediment that is also
No.
addressing this?
No,
So, okay, if you could.
We're moving
provide-
ahead with it. I'll come back to you
Okay,
on that.
thank you. In March, the Federal Reserve, together with the FDIC and OCC, announced that you all intend to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Rule, Reinvestment Act proposed rule. I prefer the proposed rule as it would better address the needs of states like Nevada that don't have headquarters of large banks.
Corella
But how will you
DeVille.
ensure that the new CRA guidance improves access to financial services?
Cortez
loans,
Corella DeVille.
Investments in underserved rural and tribal communities.
So I think in March, we announced that we're putting out for comment, really, a proposal to withdraw the proposed guidance, which
Okay.
had been the subject of litigation. And in the meantime, we're going back to the old CRA rules, and I think that's where we will be.
The slave section that they work for free in hopes to get a job?
Change with respect to those old rules, but that's where
So
we
the
are.
default are the old
Okay,
rules.
Spy coming down for the gap. Spy just filled the
CRA
gap.
as it
Spy just
existed
filled the
under
gap.
the
Spy just filled the gap. Spy
actually
dumping
never
as
took
predicted.
effect.
Spy dumping as
Okay,
predicted.
that's
Told you,
helpful.
do not be fooled.
Community
I
banks
told you, do
benefited
not
from
be
high profits
fooled.
during the pandemic. Since then, the net
607 puts
interest margin
printing.
for community
607
banks has
puts
fallen.
printing.
What specific challenges do you see for community banks, if any?
Community banks, you know, are very important. We want a banking system that has all different sizes and shapes of banks, and community banks are absolutely critical. They know what's going on in communities and in a way that the big banks can't possibly. So they're a critical part of our infrastructure, and I think they've been under pressure because, frankly, regulatory costs have gone, fixed costs of regulation have gone up. We try not to contribute to that. The number of banks has been going down pretty steadily, and that's not something we're trying to foster, but it's a sort of long-run trend of really the last 30 years. So we try not to add to what is a secular trend because we think they're important.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Ms. Chairwoman, I yield my time.
Who's up next? Senator Britt.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Chair Powell, thank you for being here with us today. I want to start just by echoing the comments of Senator Cortez Masto when it comes to community banks. Obviously believe that community banks and credit unions, financial institutions that serve everyday Americans and main streets across. We've talked about this the last few times that you've been in front of us. We've talked about the rewrite of
Miss
Basel
Britt,
III.
what's
We've
up,
talked
baby?
about long-term debt. We've talked about Reg II. We talked about a ton of things.
I could tell by her
and
voice
talked
she was
about my
fairly
concern that
attractive.
No one was looking at the cumulative impact of those things and the trickle-down effect. I just want to get a commitment from you that as you are reviewing rulemaking across the board, that you will consider and make sure to make.
I could tell just by her
the
voice that she was
perspective of
attractive.
The smallest U.S. banks and
right,
non-financial
sorry, guys. I'm done
industries
simping. I'm done
like
simping.
the ag sector who did not maybe have a seat at the table in previous administrations, but give them a seat at the table and make sure that you're thinking about the impact on those individuals and the people they serve.
I'm happy to make that commitment.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. I also want to
RSI
talk
getting
to you
close to
about an issue
oversold,
that has been
SPY.
brought up
RSI getting
briefly
so
today,
close to
by
oversold,
another colleague
SPY.
of mine, but that is about childcare. So when we look at the childcare crisis in this country, we know that our economy loses about $122 billion
profit quickly.
a year because of affordability and accessibility, reliability, if you will, of childcare. It is said that anyone who has a child between the ages 0 and 5 actually spends 22% of their income on childcare. We have done the studies and looked at the numbers, and 59% of stay-at-home and or part-time working parents say that they would like to re-enter the workforce, but that affordability or accessibility is an impediment to do that. As we are looking to build back America, as we are looking to create opportunity and bring those things into fruition, would you agree that taking a look and being able to address, not asking you to comment on any specific proposal, but addressing some of the shortfalls related to accessibility and affordability of childcare would have a positive long-term impact on the economy?
So I think there's quite a bit of research showing exactly that, and we really saw it during the pandemic. As I think you know and have pointed out, it's not an issue that we play a role on, but clearly it would contribute, childcare would contribute to participation in the labor force by many.
Absolutely, and as Alabama looks, we look at our labor participation rate. It is 5 points lower than the national average. We continue to look to ways to get people re-engaged in the workforce and know that addressing this head-on will help us be able to achieve that. So thank you so much, Chair Powell. I look forward to continuing to work to get that done. So there has been some angst vocalized about the reconciliation bill and the president's trade policies. And from my perspective, much of that skepticism is both unfair and premature. Market resiliency and recent economic data actually continues to reflect confidence in the U.S. economy. Look at the recent Treasury auction, which was notably successful and saw stronger than expected demands for 30-year bonds and stable, even slightly declining yields. To me, this demonstrates that investors still view the U.S. debt as an attractive asset, regardless of the ongoing policy discussions and debates and forging a pathway forward. And those fundamentals of the economy, actually remain quite strong. Chair Powell, would you agree that the components of our economy actually remain quite strong? And how does the Fed consider this type of strong auction performance in the context of your market expectations and monetary policy discussions?
As you point out, the Treasury market is working fine just now. Liquidity is adequate.
56 a day keeps the doctor away, baby. Get the money, and then continue to rinse and repeat. Do that every single day.
In terms of the strength of the economy, I would
Lock it
strongly
in.
agree. The labor market's in a solid place. The economy's growing. Inflation.
SPY's starting to try to.
is in
It's going to get a
pretty good
push
place,
up and then pull back.
Much closer to 2%. So it's a very solid economy. We are watching the labor market very closely, as we always do. And a couple of things in particular. One is just a very low hiring rate, which goes with a low layoff rate. But if we were to start to see layoffs, we would see unemployment go up quickly. And so we're watching that carefully. But we really, the labor market has remained solid, and I would agree with your overall characterization.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today.
Bet you would agree, Jay Powell. I bet you would agree.
Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming before us today. You've often said in the past that when it comes to monetary policy that it works with a lag, right? That this is something.
I thought that was a white male speaking,
assess
and
the
then they
data
go to the camera and it's an Asian.
I'm
not being racist. I thought that was a white male speaking by the voice.
FOMC 5-year review, and you were talking about tariffs and the uncertainty of this moment. So I guess I just wanted to ask you, how do you balance?
Yeah, she was smart and sexy.
Sort of
I
assessing
like it.
between more of the backwards-looking data that you're able to, look at more tangibly in that way, but also addressing sort of forward-looking models to try to understand where things are heading.
That's really the challenge that all forecasters have, and really monetary policy needs to be forward-looking. At the same time, we need to be humble about our how hard.
Be humble.
So particularly at times of high uncertainty, which I would say I would include now, you really want to look at the real data and take signal from that and not be too brave about.
I don't think
about
SPY
what
is
your
going back to
forecast might be,
610,
because
brother.
It's going to be highly uncertain.
So you're saying that in times of greater uncertainty, in some ways that makes you more interested in the backwards-looking data to sort of guide you?
Well, I'd almost flip it around. Yes, but I'd almost flip it around and say at a time like that, you don't want to be giving a lot of forward guidance, and you don't want to be acting as though you have a lot of certainty about the path forward. It makes sense to move more slowly in most situations where there's more uncertainty. There are situations where it would not make sense to move slowly, but in most cases, you'd want to move more slowly.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I talked to some of my constituents back home. There's this one conversation I had that has really stuck with me, where, a woman was telling me that, there's so much uncertainty right now in the world and certainly in her life that she says it's hard for her to even breathe sometimes. She just feels this kind of weight upon her chest. And I've thought about that a lot because I try to think through what can we do to try to alleviate that concern, alleviate that anxiety for people. But
not
you can
start
see it
wars in the
right
Middle
now,
East.
whether it's about what's
That would help.
unfolding in the Middle East and the fragility of what comes next. When I look at this reconciliation bill before us in the Senate, I do worry not just about the deficit, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, but about the potential of significant job loss that we're seeing, whether in the healthcare industry, whether in the energy industries. And certainly when it comes to tariffs, as you said, trying to think through what comes next in terms of whether deals are struck and at what levels. Are you taken into account that by sort of an issue-based level, or like, are you looking at sort of the global instability in terms of the different crises that are out there?
One
Is that
brand new
factoring
member,
into
61
how you're
likes,
thinking about
multiple
when
super
we're
chats,
talking
129
about
in the building.
legislation here? I know you're not going to go into the policy per se, but if there's a potential for significant job disruption, is that something that
I
you're
think
looking into as you're
607 puts will
forecasting?
print again.
Yes. You know, we obviously pay great attention to global events and in an effort to understand what's going on in the economy globally, because that does matter for our economy. So we pay close attention to all of those things and track them. Ultimately, though, we're looking at the U.S. economy and what are the fundamental drivers here, and then making a judgment based on all of that. And mainly, you know, this is a big economy, and we're geographically separated from most of the other big economies in the world. So we have a smaller external sector than most of the all the European economies, for example. So we're really looking at the U.S. and what's happening here.
I wanted to ask you, because, you know, in central banks in other countries, including Bank of England and European Central Bank, they've begun modeling the potential macroeconomic effects of artificial intelligence. You know, they're thinking about how they can use AI to be able to do some of the forecasting.
Mr.
What
Kim!
comes next. I guess I wanted to get a sense of what the Federal Reserve is thinking in terms of similar work in the AI space.
We have lots of people doing work on AI, and more than that, even monitoring research that's going on everywhere.
The
in world.
Honorable Jerome H. Powell.
You know, speaking of uncertainty, it's very clear that.
Oh, bro got a Richard Millio on look.
To
how do you afford
really
that?
Dramatic changes in our economy,
Robbing the American public?
in the jobs of workers, in the way companies work, and all of those things. But it honestly, there's a tremendous uncertainty about the timing of that and what the ultimate consequences will be and what the medium-term consequences will be.
I was wondering if the Fed is evaluating AI credit models and how that could potentially deepen disparity in credit access or violate fair lending standards. Is that something that you've looked into at this point? And
Yes, absolutely.
Is the Fed looking to potentially affirm some industry standards on this?
You know, it's something we've been aware of for a long time. There's a lot of research that's been done. Before generative AI came along, it's also just machine learning and technology generally. You need, there are implicit biases that can appear. It's something we're very well aware of, and you know, we do work with people to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, can you talk about how our interest rates compare to other first-class countries around the world?
At the higher end.
And how does that affect the United States?
Well, I mean, I think that reflects a couple things. One is just that the U.S. economy has outperformed, has been stronger than others. And I mean, I don't want to pick on any other nations, but many other nations have had much lower growth, now have lower inflation, and are, you know, have pretty low growth, whereas the U.S. economy has really been the outstanding performer and remains that to this day. That implies somewhat higher rates.
So you say it's higher than most of first-class countries. Can you talk about historically where we've matched up with other countries?
Yeah, I mean, so let's just go back to when the pandemic hit, for example. We were at, you know, we had very low rates during that era, but they were by far the highest in the developed world because the U.S. economy was the strongest. The European Union had negative rates. I think the Bank of England was at 75 basis points. I think we were at 2.4%, so we were meaningfully higher. And again, it was a time when we were just, our growth was higher, and their growth was lower, and their inflation was lower. Our inflation was fine, probably about the same as ours. So I think we've generally had a little bit higher rates than those countries because they have slower growth, older populations, lower productivity, those kind of things. We have the strongest economy in the world.
Globally gone up as well?
Sorry?
Have interest rates in those countries globally gone up as well?
Well, they went up.
The US?
All of those countries had their rates go up quite a bit during the global pandemic inflation, right? And as you know, many of them have been cutting their rates, and we had been too, and we'll at some point resume that. But we're 100 basis points lower than we were. I think if you take the EU and the Bank of England, they've both cut a little more than that.
How recently?
Recently, but but I think you probably read this, but they're either at or close to the end of their cutting cycles.
Bearish momentum is
I know there's
building
been a
up
lot of
on
talk
SPY.
today
SPY's about to roll over.
Deficits and the national debt. But how
And
much
then
does-
tomorrow,
how
I
does
bet
tax
you SPY
policy
starts
affect
to
the
dump
economy in the
because we
US?
got GDP coming out negative. If GDP comes out negative, SPY
I mean,
dumps
it
for
affects-
sure.
It has big effects over time. It's really not something that drives what we do. It
If
isn't.
GDP
You know,
comes
but
out negative,
I
SPY
think,
dumps for
you
sure.
know,
Now they might
tax
try to use
policy
durable
plays
goods to
over the
fight it a
long
little
run
bit,
huge
but
role in incentivizing investment, which helps growth and things like that. I think it's very, very important over the long run. Certainly more important than monetary policy.
Would a $4 trillion tax increase on middle-class Americans affect the economy in a
Now
negative
here we're
way?
getting into the bill.
Yeah, I understand. I'm asking how that would affect the economy and
Yeah,
according to your data.
I'm trying to not make any direct comments on the bill today, if you'll forgive me. But I take your point.
because he's a bit.
I am trying to make a point, but there's got to be data that you sit on somewhere that would suggest that large tax increases would affect the economy, would stall economic growth in the U.S.
You could certainly get that out of a model if you wanted to. I mean, but again, I'm.
Bro is the
inevitably gonna
biggest
something in the
fence
bill
sitter I've
that
ever
answers
seen,
that
bro.
question. So
He's a professional fence sitter.
A lot of talk today about inflation. You've already agreed that inflation is down from where it was a year ago, and would you say steadily declining?
has been, yes. I more than agreed to it. I'm very pleased by it.
And all of the experts and so-called experts tell us that tariffs lead to inflation, but you seem to have suggested already that inflation is, if not under control, close to being under control.
So inflation's in a really good place. It is definitely in a good place. And, we have a forecast, and so does
2.4 inflation's a good place.
Brand name forecaster in the country, which is very similar to ours, that there will be some inflation from tariffs coming. Not yet, but over the course of the coming months.
2.4 inflation's a good place. That's
because
0.4 higher than your mandate, buddy.
Billions of dollars of tariffs we're taking.
I haven't
in.
seen 2%
Some of that's
inflation
gonna
for
fall on
almost
the
a year
consumer.
now.
Not all of it's
Where's
gonna
the
fall
2%
on
inflation?
Foreign manufacturers.
Where's it
That's
at?
the only insight we have, and we're just kind of.
You've
wanting to
never
see
had
more
2%
data on that
inflation,
before
buddy.
we-
One final question.
You've
about
never
data.
did your job.
Our trade deficits with China, the EU, Canada, and Mexico have all significantly dropped recently. What does the data tell us about that?
Well, I think that's
How that would affect inflation?
how it would affect inflation. I don't know that it has implications for inflation, but it obviously reflects the tariffs. I think recently you've seen Chinese imports come down quite a bit.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks.
Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Warren. Chair Powell, welcome back. Inflation has come down meaningfully from its peak, and there are signs of moderation in the broader economy. But prices for rent and other essential services remain high, and the outlook is still uncertain. Wage growth remains strong, but productivity trends are mixed. And demand for places
Now
to
SPY's
live
gonna go sideways and
is
rob
high,
premium.
Cost and material shortages are
No
making it
trades,
harder
no
for
trades,
owners
no
to keep
trades.
up, adding to the affordability pressures. And at the same time, while I know this is not something you would say, but at the same time, while our Republican colleagues are pushing for tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans that would expand the deficit,
I need tax
the
cuts. Give me a
administration's
tax
trade and
cut.
immigration policies are also introducing uncertainty that may
I
not
say tax
yet
cuts
be
for
fully
everybody.
reflected in the economy.
Taxes are literally
For
robbery.
families that I represent, the cost of living remains painfully high. Premature easing could have unintended consequences that undo the progress we've made. Later this
That's
year, the
why he's
Fed
not
will
easing.
update its monetary policy framework to respond to today's inflationary environment. And after years of supply shocks, housing inflation, and fiscal volatility, I hope you will remain strengthened, that the Fed's ability to navigate the more uncertain economy. And as you undertake this update, can you talk about how you're adapting the framework to these realities while preserving the Fed's commitment to full employment?
I'd be glad to. So we made changes in the year 2020 to our framework, and those were meant to take on board the special issues that a central bank faces during the era of extremely low interest rates, where rates were never very far from zero. In fact, we just barely got away from zero when we had to cut back to zero. And the feeling was very much that if we had any kind of a shock, we'd be back at zero for years on end again. And that's really not a good thing, because the economy can become very stagnant. So what's happened since then, the big thing is
Take profit on puts, take profit on puts, take profit on puts.
Our policy rate at 4.3% actually doesn't feel like it's particularly restrictive. So it's, in other words, rates have moved way back up. That means that the effective lower bound is less of a problem. It means that the changes we made in 2020 are less relevant. They're not completely irrelevant. So we're making modifications, which we'll be discussing inside of our committee now in the next meeting and in the next meeting, that will return the forecast more to what it was before.
Yeah, man, that's why you got to go 1099 so you can write everything off. You got to go 1099 so you can write everything off, and you can also start, because when you have a 9 to 5, they just automatically rape your check. When you're 1099, you get your money first, and then you divvy it out.
I know we had a chance to talk in the past about my focus on jobs and the economy and labor. And I want to follow up on Senator Kim's questioning.
$1,000, and that's rough, bro.
Focus on the changing technology landscape and with artificial intelligence, generative AI, and just its impact on the economy and labor market. How would you describe AI's impact on the economy so far, and how is the Fed measuring it?
The effects of AI are probably not great at this time. Generative AI, and the question is, how great will they be, and how big will they be, and how quickly will that happen? And anyone who's been exposed to what AI is capable of has to be pretty stunned by what it's capable of. And this is even the early days too. You know, what the experts tell us is that, you know, in 2 years, these things that you're doing, that'll be nothing compared to what we can do in 2 years. So I think it has enormous capabilities to make really significant changes in the economy and the labor force. And you know, it can either augment people's productivity, or it can replace people, or it can do a little bit of both. Right. But it's going to be something.
You preempted my question.
It's going to be something.
I saw a recent article.
It's going to take people's jobs.
An AI company actually said.
It's going to take people's jobs, and it's going to make people more stupid. And notice I didn't say stupider, because that's not a word. And a lot of people say that shit, and I hate that. So if somebody ever says stupider, you make sure you shame them, because the proper English is more stupid. Now, I'm not a huge person on proper English, but anyways, it's going to take people's jobs and make people more stupid. Why? Because look what cell phones did. Made people more stupid. They just Google things now. And only people like me or DZ fam actually take their cell phone and utilize it to learn things. Okay? Most people just use it to spell check, and then they forget how to spell. So AI is going to do that, but even worse. Only a very select few people are going to have the motivation and the capabilities to take AI and become more productive. So it's going to create a bigger gap in the wealth disparity, and a bigger gap between the haves and the have-nots. The reason why people like me have is because I take technology and I utilize it. The reason why people are poor is because they take their cell phone and they Google everything and they don't learn.
Maybe just, I didn't expect to talk about it, but since AI came up, I mean, first off, we need to welcome it, exploit it, and benefit from it. I've had my staff try and go back and look at some of the congressional hearings in the times of the Industrial Revolution and other instances where we've had these threats of displacement, and it worked out okay for us. But the key is this is a global competition, and other countries are going to implement it. It is going to drive down their costs, and it will make us less competitive if we don't meet the challenge and become the innovator. But the transition is I think, very important to note. I want to talk about SLR for a minute. I think you all indicated the balance sheet's going to continue to shrink. We're not going to get to pre-COVID levels. Which was, I think, somewhere around $4 trillion. So I guess the question is,
SPY moving sideways, robbing premium as predicted.
Higher levels of central
banks to hold higher levels of central bank reserves than we have in previous years. Do you agree with that?
I don't think we'll get all the way back to where we were, but we're still shrinking.
Is it fair to say that the SLR should be updated to reflect the evolving preference?
Yes.
Thank you. Fed now. It's cost $545 million. You know, Chair Powell, I've never really liked Fed now, so it's probably not a friendly question. But I spent $545 million to implement it now. I think you're expected to spend another $245 million in 2025, so the total price
Fed
tag
now
is
is the beginning of the digital dollar.
As you know, the Money Control Act requires the Fed to cover all the direct and indirect costs actually incurred. So can you give me an idea of when we're going to see a fee structure that's going to
GameStop must hold 2315, guys. That's our key level.
And actually pay for this implementation, including the expected ongoing operational cost?
So you're right. That is our obligation under the law, is to have it be self-funding, and we have a period during which that's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Uptake has been steady but not rapid. And usage
Is it your
has
sense that you're going to be able to get to that, and that the fee structure that you're going to need based on that take rate is going to be achievable?
I think it's probably still achievable. I am not 100% clear that we're going to achieve it very soon.
Fed now is just a stepping
That's
stone.
what I'm concerned.
They're going to blockchain everything and make it digital dollar.
If there, given private sector options, if you're ever going to be able to get there. So just an editorial comment. One thing I did want to mention, I'm excited to see some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais concerned about the debt. Because last time I checked, over the 4 years that President Biden was in office, we had the American Rescue Plan that cost us $2 trillion.
Oh, God, here we go, blaming the other side. That's all they do. The
And
Democrats'
we had
fault.
PACT
No, it's the
my colleagues
Republicans'
that
fault.
was
And then you have the American people, like,
Republicans that didn't vote for
doing
it,
the
that
same
also
thing.
cost us $1 trillion.
Once you realize it's the same, two sides of the same coin, you can stop being fooled and stop being a sheep. Because all they do is blame each other. It's the Democrats' fault. No, it's the Republicans' fault. Bro, it's both of your faults. You're both incompetent, and you both create problems, and you fight each other. It's so dumb. And then you have the American people believe in this shit. You have the American people believe in this shit, bro. You are a sheep if you can't see it's two sides of the same coin. I'm sorry. I don't care if I lose followers or not, bro. If you cannot see it's the two sides of the same coin, you're a sheep.
Remove that after many years of having it in place, they did satisfy the requirements we'd put in place, and we removed the cap along with the other agencies.
And you think your fact-based decision, you stand by it?
I do.
Very good. Last thing is Walmart. I've got other questions I'll submit for the record, Chair, but Walmart on April 9th,
Spy Robin Premium. Spy Robin Premium moving sideways.
They indicated the reason that they were doing that is there was uncertainty, and it seems to have been timed somewhat with the uncertainty around trade. So I would just suggest for my colleagues, I don't know if you can respond to this or not. I won't ask you a tax question, but I really want to, but I know what your answer is going to be. You're a good dancer.
Yeah, that's his job, a professional non-answer.
That if there is going to be a correlation to increasing prices, and Walmart having made the decision to withdraw their guidance is probably the best testament that they know that they may have to deal with cost and maybe inflationary uncertainties. Would you characterize that as maybe a likely reason that they withdrew their guidance?
It might be. You know, I saw that they had. I didn't have a chance to go back and check why.
Well, if you tease through the language, it seems almost certain that they think that some of their input costs were going to go up, and they need to manage their margins. So I'm just telling my colleagues, you know, we just need to be realistic that if you have a major household name withdrawing guidance because of uncertainty, they've got a lot of experts that probably are suggesting there may be some inflationary risk. We haven't realized it yet, but I think we all need to keep our eyes open and not look past it so that we can management if it comes to pass. I don't think that there should be a problem with that.
Thank you.
Now, the last thing that I just want to mention is that you can't respond to this, but I will tell you, if the Democrats succeed in preventing us from avoiding the biggest tax hike in the history of this country, it is going to cause great damage to the people who can least afford it. You don't get to respond to this one, but folks.
Senator Brooks is next.
You cannot just start ranting, bro.
But we need to open that, we need to be open.
Bro just be using his time to
something to fix if we fail to
have his own speech. And Powell's like, come on, bro.
Senator Brooks.
Thank you so much.
I hate when these senators do that. These people are snakes, bro. They literally use this time to pitch bills and have little speeches and stuff like that. They're supposed to be having a freaking hearing with the Federal Reserve, and instead they use the time to pitch their own bills and their own political agendas, dude. These are the worst people in the world, dude. They're literally supposed to be holding the Federal Reserve accountable right now for the American people and their constituency, and all they can do is think about is motivating and furthering their political agenda, bro. These are literally the worst, scummiest people on earth, bro. It's insane. The most egotistical, narcissistic, power-hungry people are in this room right now. That's the only one who gets into politics 2025.
He believes are a burdensome tax that could put companies like his out of business. But the damage doesn't stop there. Baydog is sold in thousands of other brick and mortar stores across the country, all locally owned small businesses who similarly have to raise prices or lose sales to pay the president's tax. Mr. O'Brien started planning for this last summer when President Trump started talking about tariffs during the campaign. He stockpiled inventory and has committed to keeping his prices stable this year. But what Baydog is asking is, what is he to do if the tariffs are in place next year? Mr. O'Brien has calculated that he won't have to just raise prices. He'll likely have to cut his staff to stay in business. So, Chair Powell, there are 34 million small businesses.
Yeah. Inflation and unemployment are coming from the tariffs.
Small businesses like Baydog have to lay off staff or go out of business.
They're destroying America on purpose.
What will that do?
They're squeezing small businesses and the middle class on purpose. They don't want a middle class. They want a poor class and a rich class.
I mean, just mechanically, I don't want to comment on particular.
That's why everyone listening right now, you have to decide, are you going to be the haves or the have-nots? Because I'm telling you right now, by 2030, they want only a rich class and a poor class. So if you're listening to this right now, you need to get on your fucking grind and decide, are you going to be the poor class or are you going to be the rich class? Are you going to be the haves or the have-nots? Because there is going to be no middle, bruh. So decide, because everybody's getting thrown into one place or another. If you notice, some people are getting more and more money than ever. And if you notice, other people are being pushed into poverty. Everybody's being sorted into their side. Are you going to be a have or a have-not? Real talk, y'all. Are you going to be a have or a have-not? Because if you notice, the rich are getting richer way faster and the poor are getting poorer way faster. If you find yourself losing and getting poorer, you better watch out because they're pushing you down. If you find yourself winning, that means you got things figured out and you're moving the right way.
Needed it. Maryland has a shortfall of nearly 100.
LD Wolf, what up, brother?
And the pathway to build wealth is therefore narrowing. So studies have estimated that of the over $200 billion invested annually in housing in recent years, only a fraction supports affordable homes for working class families.
Spy, trending sideways, robbing premium as predicted.
Private investments into affordable housing construction. I'm working with a private sector and nonprofit stakeholders on legislation now, but just wanted to know if you could comment on that.
So I would say this, interest rates are
well, I made a bag off TGT before.
Modestly restrictive, and that is weighing on economic activity in the housing market sector. But you're really talking about
TGT was how I was able to buy my AMC stock because I made money on Target and then I rolled those profits into AMC.
Economy countries have this too, and it's not our tool. Our tools don't really work to affect that. It's really elected people, and you saw this.
Did that in 2020.
It's things that the legislature can do that can really address that. Not us. It's not about interest rates.
All right. Well, now I understand one other issue. The Fed is evaluating the leverage ratio rules regarding the amount of capital required to be held by banks to withstand unforeseen risks. And I'm hoping you can then provide some insight as to what potential changes this framework are meant to achieve. On the other hand, I understand that access to capital is paramount, particularly for communities I represent. So, and I understand concerns that a change in these requirements could affect the resilience of the banking sector. Though I know you cannot speak to the specifics of the coming proposal, would you share some insights into what problem the proposed rulemaking is meant to solve, and are you concerned that it could lead to a deterioration of resilience of the banking sector?
I'd be glad to. So the idea behind it is that we want risk-based capital to be the binding capital requirement, because we want the binding capital requirement to be, we want banks to be sensitive to the risks that they're taking. If the leverage ratio is not risk sensitive, it treats every asset as equally risky. So if that's binding, then that interferes with banks' incentives to manage their risks and actually discourages banks from taking on relatively low-risk activity. So we've always, at the Fed, wanted the risk-based capital to be the binding one and the leverage ratio to be the backstop. And so that's this proposal that we have that we're going to be meeting on in a couple of hours, puts out for comment a proposal to restore the the backstop characteristics of the leverage ratio. We think it should make it will not in any way diminish the safety and soundness of the financial system, and it will allow for banks to undertake lower risk. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
What the hell is, oh, that was his hammer.
For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Wednesday, July 2nd. Chairman Powell, you have 45 days from that day to submit your responses to the questions. For the record, thank you for being here. This committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
Committee adjourned. Oh, there's, Elizabeth Warren. Hate her. Hate Elizabeth Warren. Dude, if there was ever a bigger Karen, it's Elizabeth Warren, bro. She's like the Karen of all Karens. And if you don't know who any of these people are, and you live in America, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. There's the villain again. Remember the villain? Hey, shorty, what up? Shorty. There's some shorties in the finance world. Okay. I cannot stand Elizabeth Warren, my God. Karen of all Karens. Dude, this guy is really super tall. He like towers over everyone. All right, that was the fake hearing, guys. Oh my God, are you still wearing a mask in 2025? You're still wearing a mask in public in 2025. Even though the science shows that, bro, you are the sheepest sheep of sheeps. Bro. You are the sheepiest of the sheeps. You're still wearing a mask in 2025. What are you doing? Freaking germaphobe. Yo, this is trippy. Yo, if I was watching this on shrooms, I'd be bugging right now. Oh my God, this would make me bug so hard. Yo, if I was going off the shrooms, bro, this would just have me. Spy, robbing premium. Spy, robbing premium. Yeah, like a good little sheep. I bet she does. I'll never be a sheep like that. Never. They told him to wear 2 masks and they did it. Bro, I don't care if you're listening to my stream right now and you wore 2 masks. If you are listening to my stream right now and you wore 2 masks, everybody makes mistakes, but you are an absolute pleb sheep. I'm sorry. Sorry, man. Like, I don't want to lose subscribers, but like, you are the sheepest of sheep. If you got on the news and they said, hey, we want you to wear 2 masks now, they were literally, at that point, they were literally trolling you to see how far people would go. How stupid people, how brainwashed do we have the community? It was a test to see who would listen and who wouldn't. And they started pushing on you. They said, hey, you're going to lose your job. Hey, you're going to lose your job. They started pushing on you. And then that made more people break. But the people were like, oh, I can't lose my job. You know what they would have told me if they said, hey, you're going to lose your job or get this thing? I'm suing the fuck out of you because this is illegal, first of all. And second of all, I'm not getting it, bro. Fire me now. I told them they would have to strap me down to a table, cuz. Yeah, no, there was a test. It was a test to see who would listen. And then they started trolling you, literally, telling you wear 2 masks. Pull it down when you eat and then put it back up. They wanted to see who would listen, bro. And it was scary how many people just listened. All about fear. And they used all the perfect tactics. That's why they had that little... That's why every day on the news when it was happening, they would have a deletion counter. A death counter. And they were trying to scare you. You had more probability to get into a car crash and die from that shit. Now, I have to say this is all just my opinion because YouTube will ban me literally for talking about this stuff, so I gotta be very careful. So this is all just my opinion. None of this is actual fact. But if you look at the statistics and do the numbers of how many people were in America versus how many people passed away, you had a very, very small chance. I'll take my chances. Now, if you have medical risk and stuff like that, you know, everybody needs to assess their own risk. But to be forced to do something, no. That's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. Everybody should have had the choice, should have been able to... You're a grown adult. You should be able to assess your own risk and to say, hey, do I need to take this or do I not? And if you can't do that, then you're not an adult. You're not a functional human being, bruh. You should be able to say, hey, do I need this or do I not? Well, I can understand having fun with the mask thing, having fun with it, like making your mask customizable, stuff like that. But the whole point of it was stupid. It was just stupid. It was dumb. Double mask. That's all I have to say to prove my point. GameStop tracking perfectly. Spy tracking perfectly. Spy's going to slightly push up and then pull back. Something like this, I don't know. Well, people were wearing masks on live streams. They were wearing masks on live streams, bro. SPY's gonna start topping out here soon. Like I said, Monday, Tuesday bullish, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday bearish. The N95 masks don't even work. You would need a full respirator. You would need this. The mask wouldn't even work. You need one of these. If you're serious about it, you would need one of these. The N95 mask wouldn't even work. This will not work. Or the N95s. Like all of these that they were telling you were good are not good enough, bro. The N95s are not good enough. If you were serious, everyone would need one of these. If you're dead serious. And you have to have a clean shaven face. If you have a beard, it doesn't matter. So them telling those people that you could just put on an N95 and not shave your face, that was a lie right then and there. Your face has to be completely cleanly shaven. I worked in restoration. I know this stuff. I have to know this stuff. There's shit like OSHA. And I'm telling you right now, if you slap on an N95 mask and you have a beard on, it's not doing shit. Here's my prediction for SPY. Yo, we have the dopest beats on the internet. Alright guys, I'm going to play one commercial. Thank you guys for 16,278 subscribers. 90 likes as well. Thank you for that. One brand new member, multiple supers. Let's go. Hey, I was gonna put the stream on super early. I was gonna put the stream on at like 8 o'clock in the morning. Prepare for all premium to be robbed. SPY is literally moving sideways, robbing premium like I said it would. That's why I said no trades, no trades. SPY moving sideways. You must be clean shaven, you're right. I know, thank you. Yeah, you 100% have to have a clean shaven face. Anybody who worked in restoration knows that. So if they told you that, which is what they were telling you, hey, just put on an N95 mask, you'll be okay. If you put on an N95 mask and have a beard, 100% doesn't work. And the N95 ain't even enough. So all of it was a lie. It was straight up a lie. That's the funny part. And they had everybody so scared that they had other people saying, hey, They had people yelling at people for not wearing a mask. Bro, if I went out in public and somebody yelled at me for not wearing a mask, I wish somebody would have. Nobody tried me, bro. Nobody tried me. I didn't wear the shit. Nobody tried me, though. I was ready to snap on somebody for that shit. I was... Not that I like being that way, but I was just waiting for somebody. I was waiting for some Karen to come up to me and start bitching at me for not wearing that shit. I was waiting for it. I will destroy you with actual facts and make you, and I will awaken your brain and show you how much of a sheep you are in real time. And then I will pull out my phone and Google everything and verify everything that I'm saying right in front of you in real time. And I can pull up the facts like this. Bitcoin at 107.5, baby. Love to see it. Yo, these beats are amazing, guys. Do you hear them? Man, I don't care. I'm always going to say my truth. What kind of stocks are you guys looking at? Larry, what up? I think SPY's going to end up breaking down here pretty hard. It's starting to look really weak. Starting to look really weak. Bearish momentum building on the daily time frame, by the way. MACD's been red this whole time. RSI trending down. Price trending up. Like, this is not good. This rally's completely unsustainable. SPY's gonna end up crashing so hard, bruh. Coinbase. I always knew this stock would do numbers. I think I have a macro prediction for this. Yeah, see, I had this macro prediction that this thing was going to go up a lot. Coinbase is a very good stock, but I wouldn't be buying at these valuations. Coinbase should join the S&P 500. $300 valuation, baby. We need one more like for 100 likes. One more like for 100 likes, guys. Hit the like button. Getting money every day, that's what we do. Averaging down is definitely key. Or just opening a new account, buying lows and selling highs. Me personally, I'm gonna trade this bitch. I'm looking for trades. I'm looking for flips. I'm trying to turn 500 to 5,000. I can't do 9 to 5. I need a 9 to 5,000. The economy's too crazy. We need too much money now. You can spend $100 in a day and not even and just be going to like the grocery store. Not even like, bro, you can spend $100 in a day and just actually go out to like the gas station and come back and you spend $100. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. There's no way people can survive unless they have multiple incomes. So you have to be working and trading, or you have to be having, like, you have to have multiple incomes. There's no way you can survive without it. You have to. Everybody has to have a side hustle now. SPY is looking really fucking weak. SPY is looking really weak. It's been sideways robbing premium though. This could even be a bear flag starting to form. It's been robbing premium this whole time, just sideways. No trades. Could be forming a little bit of a bear flag though. Oh my god, these beats are so disgusting. Possible SPY bear flag forming. SPY, possible bear flag forming. Oh my God, these beats. They're so sick. I don't know, man. They're shorting Amy, bro. We should be above $3 right now. We need GameStop to stay above 23.15 if we're gonna move back up. Amy's doing fine, but I want to see her back above 3 at least. Ain't no reason she should be down to 1. Yeah, because they dark pool everything. If GameStop and AMC didn't get dark pooled plus short shares, they dumped over 1 million short shares on GameStop today. They went from 4 million short shares 9 hours ago down to 2.5 million. If GameStop didn't have to deal with the short shares being dumped on it, and the sell walls and all the other bullshit, bro, GameStop would literally just go to like $100 instantly. It would just keep going up and up and up and up and up. There's so much buying pressure there. It's so crazy. Like, GameStop could literally just go up forever if it just didn't have this shorting. GameStop is like, has the most buying pressure ever, bro. AMC can take off too. It just needs to not be shorted and dark pooled and sell walled every single day. If SPY breaks down out of this bear flag early, it will dump. SPY bear flag in play, and if it breaks down out of it early, it will dump. I have become the king of SPY. I have become the king of SPY. I am the king of fucking SPY. Yes, SPY. You're my bitch. I'm not really tripping on Amy though, because like, unless it goes lower than 295, it doesn't matter. As long as we stay above 295, it's all just psychological bullshit. Spy King. King of Spy. $150 in the building, cuz. 150 in the building. Fed Jerome Powell testimony today. Part 2. Part 2. I'm looking forward. All right, we're trying to see this spy bear flag play out, cuz. Okay, SPY's breaking down out of this bear flag, guys. More downside. I'm telling you guys, SPY's going to start breaking down. Didn't I say? And I told you in yesterday's video, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled, ladies and gents. Yo, this is crazy. Every day I stream to 100 people. Thank you so much, man. That's a blessing. Consistently. Bro, some of these big Twitch streamers only get like the same amount. They be having like a million subscribers and only get like 100 people at a time. I guarantee you if I had 1 million, bro, way more people. Because I think those numbers are inflated, bro. I think some of these bigger channels are dead. Because my community's active, bro. My community's active. Yeah, GME's doing his thing. SPY's pulling back. Of course GME is going to do its thing. SPY's pulling back. Dude, SQQQ should literally not even be as low as it is. It made a lower low and NASDAQ didn't make a higher high. It makes no sense. SQQQ should literally be at $25. Should literally be at $25, bro. So it's literally robbery. This is why I don't fuck with stocks no more. NASDAQ has not made a higher high. Look, NASDAQ has not made a higher high. But SQQQ, which is inverse leverage, made a lower low. That doesn't make any sense, bruh. So I have SQQQ if the market crashes, I'm cashing out, and I have AMC and GME if they ever pop off, and I'm cashing out. I'm buying Bitcoin, and I'm never coming back to stocks except to trade. I will only trade them. I will only use stocks as an investment vehicle to make flips. 607 puts printing, dog. I called call options last week, puts this week. The Discord pays for itself. Join up. Join up. GME doing his thing because SPY pulling back. Bro, if SPY crashes, GME will squeeze. Without a doubt. Bear flag breakdown. SPY. Quick in and out trades, bro. Trading. Holding stocks is you can't hold stocks anymore. You can't hold stocks anymore, bro. It's so sad. Like, you can't just, the only stock that you can hold long term is like SPY. Maybe like Apple. Even NVIDIA got reverse split or got stock split, which isn't the worst thing, but still. They still mess with your money, and then some brokers charge you. Like, I don't want to wake up in the morning and have to deal with a stock split. Or deal with possibility the fact that I could get diluted on, or deal with the possibility that I could get reverse split. With Bitcoin, I don't have to worry about any of that. I put it in my wallet and I forget about it, and I come back later and it's more money. Like, so stocks are viable and are good. But for me personally, from my experience, I am only going to trade them. You cannot hold stocks, bro. There's always random dilution. There's always a reverse split or a stock split. Some random charge from your broker. Brokers be playing around and bullshitting. You never have that with crypto. You never have any of those issues because you're self-custody. The crypto's in your wallet. You don't have a broker holding your shit and dealing with everything. You buy your crypto from exchange and put it in your wallet, and it's yours. Told you guys if SPY jumped out of this bear flag, it would dump. So I'm going to be trading. SPY bear flag breakdown. GameStop pushing up. Beautiful. GameStop green on the day. I think GameStop could have a decent green day since it held 23.15. We held 23.15, so that's all that matters. SPY's going to get a little bit of a bounce, but I'm telling you, SPY's topping out. Especially if tomorrow GDP drops negative. If GDP drops negative tomorrow, you can almost expect SPY to be just dumping. And it will give the news that's needed. Bro, I think SPY could really start crashing tomorrow. Today, didn't I say in the morning we're gonna pull back around this time? I swear I said 12:30. I swear I said pull back around 12:30 in the morning. Am I tripping or did I say that? The gap fill for GameStop is at like 24.50 to 28 something. David with the Rockets, I appreciate it. AMC will go up if GameStop starts going back up. I'm not worried about AMC. As long as we stay above 295, we'll be fine. It's oversold. It's just psychological bullshit right now. It's just all psychological bull right now. As long as we make a higher low, we'll be straight, which is what we're doing right now. 293, as long as we make a higher low, we'll be straight. We should have been way up. Like, you see how we hit 308? We should have been up, but they shorted us down, of course. That's why you need GameStop and AMC together, because it puts more pressure on the shorts. SPY's looking really bad right now, guys. I think we're going to see... Bro, this is looking pretty damn bearish. 5-minute is going red again. 10-minute is deep red. 15-minute deep red. 30-minute deep red. Hourly deep red. RSI trending down after being overbought. Lots of room to run to the downside. Lots of room to run to the downside. 2-hour MACD going red. Guys, SPY might start dumping here, especially in the close. AMC's bouncing. See how AMC's bouncing? GameStop's pushing up. AMC's bouncing. MACD's going green. We just need SPY to pull back. Well, those 607 puts printed. I called that one out for free. Bro, didn't you notice when SPY pulled back, GameStop pushed up? Didn't you notice? SPY literally dumped down and simultaneously GameStop pumped up. I don't think you understand what's going on here right now, brother. Literally, as SPY dumped down, GameStop simultaneously, like at the same exact time. We're in the end game now. 37 trillion in debt. This is the end game, brother. This is the end game. Money's not real. Money is not real, bruh. You can print it from thin air. GameStop trying to go green on the day, cuz. GameStop trying to go green on the day. Let's get some rockets in the chat. Let's get some boosters in the chat. SPY looking weaker and weaker by the minute. Damn, cost of borrow went down a lot. SPY pulling back, but Bitcoin maintaining. Bitcoin's still at 107. Bitcoin is decoupled from the stock market. Anubis, there he is. There he is. Brother, thank you so much, bro. Please, only do the daily gift if you can, brother. Don't. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. So that puts us at 2 brand new members today. 2 brand new members today. 126 likes. Thank you guys so much. AMC bouncing. See rockets? See what rockets do? Do you see what rockets do? That's what I try to tell you guys. See, you guys don't drop rockets no more, and that's the major problem. That's been one of the bigger problems. You guys used to drop rockets. You guys used to do it without even me telling you. DZ fam has lost its passion. What happened to DZ fam? What happened to the rockets? I have a shirt that says rockets in the chat, man. The rockets are us. We are the rockets. GameStop also pushing up off the rockets. Trying to support while making my bags. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I know a lot of you guys listen from work, man. And I really appreciate that. I hope that I make your workday better. Just pop me on the headphones, man. Yo, if you're listening to me from work and you can type, just slide a 1 in the chat real quick. Where's all my workers at, man? Where's all my 9-to-5ers, bro? We're gonna make it to a 9-to-5,000. I promise you. I promise you we're gonna make it to a 9-to-5,000. I promise you. Bro, I was there, bro. I was you. trading while working, doing anything I can to make more. Anything I can to make more, man.
It's baby bounce time, bubble bounce time, more bubble bounce to the ounce.
Look, SPY's pulling
Let's get
back,
it,
but the
G's.
memes are not. SPY's pulling back, but the memes are not. I told you. Thank you, all-time high, for the 5-piece. Thank you, all-time high, for the 5-piece. Yes. Hopefully I make your workday better, guys. And if you see what I used to do when I was working, so hopefully this will help you guys, is I would use limit orders and stop losses and limit sell orders, aka stop losses. And that's how I would place trades. So if I knew a stock was going a certain way, I would put a buy order. I would let price hit my buy order, and then it would hit my sell order. Now, that's not the easiest thing to do, but it's possible. Especially if you can like slip in a headphone, have a headphone in at work. You can definitely do it. SPY is dumping out of this bear flag, guys. SPY is dumping out of this bear flag. Rockets are doing something. SPY is really dumping from the bear flag right now. 606.38. GameStop 23.39. Yeah, especially if you're working, limit orders are the way to go. That's what a stop loss is. Use limit buy order and limit sell orders. That's what I would do. And I would put my phone in my pocket and I would pull it out and the money would be made. It's a beautiful thing. A very beautiful thing. You can literally, I remember one time pulling my phone out and made $1,000 I said, like, look, I just made my weekly paycheck. Boom. I just made my weekly paycheck. Boom, right here. This is why I trade. This is why I'm on the phone. If you got a problem with that, then fire me, cuz I'm gonna get my money on the side. Your bosses will hate on you if you trade and make money. They'll hate on you for that. Especially if you make money other ways, bosses don't like that. And if you're a good worker, they hate that. They want you to be there. My advice is strive to be management. If you're working right now, strive to be management. And make sure you have a second income, not financial advice. If you're working right now, you definitely want a second income. You definitely want a second income. And trading can be that. Trading can be that second income. You can also start a YouTube channel. I would suggest everybody start a YouTube channel. It doesn't have to be about stocks. It could be about anything. Whatever you find interesting. You could film your cats for your YouTube channel. But I would suggest to start a YouTube channel. Start a TikTok. Maybe not TikTok, because TikTok is malware on your phone. But, you know, start something with social media. 60630, guys. 60630. SPY pulling back really hard right now. AMC at 298. About to go green on the day. And GameStop is green on the day at 23.41. SPY bear flag breakdown. I tell myself I'm getting paid to work and make money. The thing is, you want to try to not exchange time for money. That's the goal you should want to strive for. And I'm not telling anybody what to do. If you truly find happiness in your job and you're happy, then that's what you should do. But from a financial aspect, you should try not to trade your time for money. You should try to figure out a way where you don't have to do that anymore. In my personal opinion, I don't want to offend anybody or anything like that. And I don't want to put anyone down. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying from how I understand things and understand money and understand finance, your ultimate goal should be to not directly trade hourly time for money. And you should also strive for multiple income streams. In my personal opinion. And I don't think saying that is bad. Why wouldn't you want a second income stream? Or a third income stream? Or a fourth? Bitcoin is up 1% today, man. I love to see it. I love to see it. I love to see it. I think Bitcoin is decoupled from the market. Notice how SPY is down, but Bitcoin is green. I want you guys to notice this. A lot of people are questioning, will Bitcoin follow SPY? I don't believe it will. I don't believe it will. I believe Bitcoin is fully matured into the asset it's meant to be. Yeah, but SPY is, okay, we can say basically even, but it's still down. And Bitcoin is up 1%. About to be more. And SPY most likely is going to close lower than this. There's been more examples of how SPY and Bitcoin have decoupled. Bitcoin has recently made a new all-time high. SPY has not, and NASDAQ has not. Close, but they have not. Bitcoin is decoupling, and has decoupled in my opinion, and will continue to further decouple. SPY is looking very weak. Red MACD on almost every time frame. 2-hour time frame is about to go red as well. NASDAQ, this move was just unsustainable. I mean, all it did was gap up huge. I don't know what it... When you see a gap up like that, you're going to see a sell-off. Challenges I went through, it took a long-ass time, man. I had to make multiple channels, all types of shit. Oh, it says my YouTube membership gifts expire soon. Your membership to DataZero expires on June 28th, 2025 at 12:20 p.m. You'll no longer have access to the special perks. Guys, they're telling me I'm not going to have access to the special perks. Somebody gifted me a membership. So, dude, some things you might... is just like you feel like you're not growing fast enough. It's a grind, bro. If you start a YouTube channel, just know you're going to be posting videos every day, getting a little bit of views and not getting paid for a long time. But once you finally get to the point where you can become a YouTube partner and start making money, it's worth it. It's 100% worth it. Yeah, man, I'm getting kicked out of my own community. I wonder if it counts me as a member, though. Because we have a lot of members. It's probably at like 700 right now. $580 members. We just came off a peak of 930 members, believe it or not. Absolute insanity. That was like on May 25th. On May 25th, guys, we had a peak of 930 freaking members. We almost had 1,000 members, guys. We have 580 now. $502, which are gifted members. That's how generous this community is. When I look at these numbers, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it, man. And that's why I always say thank you so much. That's why I say thank you a lot. This guy's saying if you own 10,000 XRP, you'll be part of the top 1%. I don't have 10,000 XRP. I don't know. Did NVIDIA hit a new all-time high? I'd be taking profits. Yeah, it did hit a new all-time high. Take profits. Take profits. Take profits on NVIDIA. Take profits, everybody. Smart money's exiting. You don't want those perks, bro. Those are bad for you, bro. They'll lead you down a bad path. Yeah, stay away from those if you can. They will lead you down a bad path. Those Urkies, bro. Also with crypto, you can do staking. Crypto's just so much better. I'm about to get free ADA right now. I'm claiming it right now. I'm claiming a free ADA. Spy getting a bounce. Spy getting a bounce. All right, guys, I'm playing a commercial. My hourly commercial. We already watched the testimony. It's over already. I just got another free ADA. Thank you. Thank you for the free ADA. Now watch GameStop start pulling back because SPY popped up. SPY has resistance at 607.13 and 607.63. Bitcoin is pushing now. Bitcoin's at 1.25, 1.23, 107.6. Bitcoin's trying to go for 108. Bitcoin's trying to go for 108. I think SPY pops up to pull back only. I think that's what happens. MACD's still hella red. Multiple time frames. I wouldn't trust it. Don't be fooled. Yeah, I'm good on the lottery and I'm good on Shiba Inu. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. XRP. Ethereum. Cardano ADA. Polygon. That's it. Oh, XLM. I mean, I have more coins than that, but the only coins I'm buying now, the only coins I would buy now are Bitcoin and XRP. And Ethereum. Like, I'm only putting money in a few things. Mostly, I just want more Bitcoin. I feel like if I could just get enough money in Bitcoin by the time I'm 40, 45, I'll be rich as fuck. Just off of the Bitcoin alone. And that doesn't even count anything else I have going by then. Like, one thing about being a YouTuber, about stocks, I guess it won't matter if I get older. So if I do this for another 5 years, and I have, let's say 5 years, I have 100,000 subscribers. Dude, I'm gonna be fucking set, bro. Let's say I have 100,000 subscribers. I'm getting like 500,000 or 1 million views a month. I'm good. Bitcoin's at like 5 years from now. Bitcoin could be at like 1 million a coin. I'm gonna be fucking set. Oh my God, I'll be straight, bro. Please, God, please on God, Lord, I beg you, please give me like 50K to 100,000 and Bitcoin just to like 500,000, please, bro. Through your Son, Christ Jesus, amen. Bitcoin 500,000 and give me 50,000 subscribers, bro. I'll take care of all my family and all my friends, I promise. Bro, SPY is the biggest joke I've ever seen. Look at this wick, bro. It's all a lie now. It's all a lie, bro. It's all a lie. SPY meeting resistance. Look how my support and resistance levels are so key. This is why you subscribe to this channel. Like, my levels are the levels. Price goes directly to my level and it stops. Support and resistance. I called out 607.13 and 607.63. And my levels are on point. Follow me for the best technicals, the best everything, man. And I try to keep it a little bit entertaining. But if at the very least we got the dopest beats. And look at my predictions. My predictions are fire. I told you guys if we hold 23.15, you're going to see GameStop move up towards 23.50. Didn't I say that in yesterday's video? I did. I said if we hold 23.15, you're going to see GameStop go to 23.50. And if we hold 23.50, you're going to see GameStop really start to move. And GME has an opportunity of having this manipulation. This thing would absolutely fly. Now we do have this gap fill here sitting at 23.33 to 23.38. I think GME will fill this tomorrow, and GME has an opportunity of having a decent green day tomorrow. So I'm expecting a green day for GME tomorrow, and it could be a decent one, like 5, maybe 8% or more. Here for GME, if we can break above that 23.50 and hold that level. That's what I'm looking at for GME. It's kind of making this inverse head and shoulder. Having a gap fill here sitting at 23.33 to 23.38. I think GME will fill this tomorrow, and GME has an opportunity, and all of this manipulation, if we can break and hold 23.50, you should see a decent move to the upside, because some pullback. But if we can hold 20, see a decent move to the upside. So what I'm thinking tomorrow is going to happen for GME is we'll probably have to retest 23.15, having some pullback. But if we can hold 23.15 as support, we're going to start moving towards 23.50. And if we can break and hold 23.50, you should see a decent move to the upside. Because not only are we breaking above a major support and resistance level, but we're also breaking through these sell walls. And again, GME is an absolute beast. Interesting. AMC's going back for $3. AMC $2.99. So AMC's going to go back green on the day, especially if GameStop can break and hold 23.50. Especially if GameStop can break and hold 23.50. SPY resistance 607.13. Still in play here. SPY, if it's going to be bullish, has to break and hold 607.13 and has to hold that. Got 140 in the fucking building, 140 in the building, 2 brand new members, 141 likes. Dang, we're about to hit 150 likes. That's why I always put the poll up. The poll helps get so much more likes, and I don't have to keep reminding people to press the like button. Dean Roberts, I don't know about MSTY. Sorry, brother. Or Yield Max. I don't know what Yield Max ETF. I don't know what that is. Dale G says scam hours. Yeah, if I get like 250K, 300K per Bitcoin, I'll be straight. I'll be rich. And just give me like 50,000 to 100,000 followers. Like, give me like 500,000 to 1 million views per month. Hell yeah, I'll be straight for life. If Bitcoin hit that high, XRP would pop off too. SPY's gonna pull back. SPY's gonna pull back. I'm telling you, it's put season now, cuz. That's why I said 607 puts are gonna print again. $5 to 8% if GME can hold. If GME can hold 2350, bro, we could have like a 5% green day. We gotta hold 2350. We held the 2315, so that's the good, important part. But the next major thing is gonna be 2350. If we can break and hold that, we could see a very good green day. That's why they shorted us down. You see how fast we started to move once we got above it? I think SPY's going to start breaking down hard, like in the close. Like power hour, I think SPY breaks down hard. SPY breaks down hard in the power hour, cuz. Hey guys, it's DataZero. I've gotten really good at making predictions. I'm kind of like the stock guy, if you didn't know. Follow me, cuz. Yo, I can't believe we're still getting new subscribers. How have you not found DataZero in 2025? It's time for you to join the #1 channel. Oh man, SPY pulling back. Man, I told you. SPY's done, bro. It's put season. 607 puts about to print again. You know the bulls are mad. They thought for sure, bruh. I need AMC to run 28% again. The memes will pop off. It's just like when. That's always the question. Memes randomly pop off all the time. We just had a huge rally from GameStop all the way from $20 all the way to $37. That's a 77% rally. AMC went from $2.45 all the way to $4.09. That's a 66% rally. I love it, but I need more, and I need it now. Are there any full-time traders in the chat? Any full-time traders? What about business owners? Are there any business owners in the chat? AMC at $297. GameStop 2342. SPY 606.51. SPY rejecting from the 607.13. If SPY loses 606.26, you're going to see more downside. Yo, why is BlackBerry up 14%, cuz? Have you guys seen BlackBerry? BlackBerry's up 14%, 15%. Keep an eye on BlackBerry. Dang. Wait, you subscribed again? That means I should have a new member, though. Thank you, I appreciate it. I don't know why it didn't give me a new member, though. Wait, oh, you subscribed. That's crazy. Yeah, everybody make sure you're subscribed. Because it does unsubscribe people. I don't know why it does that. I think it's just a glitch. Some people say it's nefarious, but I think it's just a glitch. I don't know. I think they might use it for nefarious purposes sometimes, but I think it's just a glitch in YouTube. AMC's at $2.98. GameStop $23.40. Make sure you guys are subscribed. I got the dopest beats. We need 5 more likes to get 150 likes. You want me to beg on camera? Please press the like button. Please press the like button. Press the like button. Also, check out the merch store. Look how fresh the merch is, cuz. Look how fresh the merch is. Little model session real quick, you know what I mean? So go ahead and cop yourself some DZ merch, man. You already know what it is. Cop yourself some drip. All of the shirts is fresh, bro. Just make sure you get the right size. As long as you get the right size, it will look like how I wear it. You gotta make sure you guys, make sure you get a nice fitting tee, all right? And just trust me on this one, all right? Make sure it's a nice fitting tee, not too overly tight, but you want it to fit towards you a little bit. Just trust me on this one, all right, guys? Yeah. 607 puts printing. Called that one out for free. I told you guys SPY was looking awfully weak. It's put season. I called it out in the Discord, in the day trade chat. So hopefully you guys are in the Discord. Dude, the Discord pays for itself 1,000 times over. Hopefully you guys are in it because I called this out. And not only did I call out all of this upside and we played $600 calls, which absolutely printed, but now I'm calling the downside. Dude, so much money to be made. I literally called out the 607 puts for free yesterday on the live stream. Because I was feeling generous. Not that any of this is financial advice. If you guys think this is personalized advice for you, that's a big mistake. Hold on, we're starting to see some bullish divergence. RSI kind of trending up here while price trending down. RSI kind of trending up here while price trending down. I don't like that. You might see some upside here. I see some upside coming soon. AMC 297, GameStop 2339. We need to break 2350 to see major bullishness. SPY 60614. Did we break 150 likes yet? How the hell did we not break 150 likes? I need everybody hit the like button. Yeah, SPY's trying to get a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Watch out. Take profit or puts! Take profit or puts! You have to be in and out, quick, fast. If you want the Discord, you gotta hit me up on my email, DataZeroOfficial5. Lifetime invite, $100. Payment made by a PayPal or Cash App. Once you send payment, I'll send you the link. Make sure you hit me up on my email first. Email's linked in the comment section in the description. Right here's all the information for the Discord. Make sure you hit me up on my email before you send payment. Discord pays for itself. Let's see. Guys, post all your winnings in the post your winnings. Post your winnings in the Discord right now. DZ Hall of Fame. DZ Hall of Fame. Bruh, look, time out. How many people, look at all these wins. Look at all these wins. $1,000 win. Discord pays for itself instantly. There's people that get in and they literally make their money back the next day. Portfolios are green. DZ Fam is winners only. Realized profit, $1,200. DZ Fam is winners only. Winners only. Quick GME trade, in and out. $216. 112% gain. Bro got the stream open with the SPY put. 603 SPY put. $815. Get the money. If you want to join the winning team, Get with it or get left behind. Win after win after win. This is one of the many reasons I'm so generous to DataZero. Ant-Man, always showing support. Total return, $4,100. This is why Ant-Man is now a whale. He literally shouted me out. And this is why he is a level 3 member, I believe, and drops like 20 and 50 gifted. So if you guys ever want to know why I get so many super chats, this is why. Get in the Discord or get left behind, ladies and gentlemen. And this goes on forever and ever and ever and ever. Win after win after win after win after win, ladies and gentlemen. Dub after dub after dub after dub after dub. Do you want the money? Are you willing to invest in yourself? That is the question. Realized Profit got the stream open, $850. Spy calls. I put out the exclusive signals in this room here and in the day trade chat. You can put notifications on. You can put notifications on for this and have notifications come directly to your phone because only I post in here. So if you guys want to put notifications on, you go this, all messages, and anytime I make a post about a play, it will be notified to your phone. So you can get direct DataZero signals to your phone via the Discord. All you have to do is go to notification settings on this room, and I show you how to do this in the video that I send you guys when you buy the Discord, and hit all messages. So if you want to start making the bag, man, you know what to do. $100 for a lifetime invite. Are you willing to invest in yourself? That's the only question. Are you willing to take action? That's the only question. That is the only question you need to ask yourself. AMC at 298 right now. GameStop 2344, pushing to the upside, looking beautiful, about to break 2350 possibly. If GameStop breaks and holds 2350, you could see a decent move to the upside. SPY sitting at 606.71. RSI trending up. Looks like bullish momentum potentially building. SPY. I basically make a running log in the day trade chat for SPY predictions. And I put out trade ideas, and then I put out official plays in the DataZero signals room. All right, looks like GameStop could be setting up for this move. See, we're building some bullish momentum here, but with the bearish divergence or bullish divergence, you could see a little bit more downside before you come up. You could see something, like, what we're gonna do is flatten out and correct up. We're getting bullish divergence. RSI is trending up as price trends down. So we're gonna flatten out and correct to the upside on SPY. But you could see a tiny bit more downside before that happens. There's also other traders in the Discord helping each other. If SPY loses 606.23, it's gonna dump. If SPY loses that support. If SPY pulls back, GameStop might push up. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe.
Hey TJ, you made this?
AMC at 298. GameStop 2341. SPY 606.17. SPY losing momentum. You could see a little bit more downside before a correction up, as we do have bullish divergence. So you could see like come down a little bit, flatten out, and then correct up in the close. Don't play calls. You could see something like this. Should I just leave this? Fuck it, I'll leave it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I don't care. All right, we need GameStop to break 2350. We need GameStop to break 2350, y'all. That's what we're looking for. We just broke 1,000 views. Thank you so much, everyone. One hour till power hour. 1 hour till power hour. GameStop possible bull flag. GameStop possible bull flag. I'm the Spy King. We need more rockets. We need more rockets. Yo, help out. Drop some rockets, please. Join in with the fun. Spy tracking, spy tracking. No! Spy tracking, spy tracking, spy tracking. GameStop 2335. AMC 298. Rockets fighting back, rockets fighting back, rockets fighting back. They shorted on us. They shorted on us. I know it. I know it. Watch. Watch. They shorted on us. I know it, bro. I know it. They 100% shorted on us. 2.8 million, 2.8 million. They shorted on us, bro. All of a sudden, MACD just flips deep red. Spy tracking too stupid. I just tried to rob SoFi Bank. How the hell did you do that? Don't do that. That's federal. Don't do that. That's 5 to 10. 150 likes achieved. 150 likes achieved. 150 likes achieved. Thank you for the 150 likes, fam. Thank you guys for 150 likes. 150 likes achieved. 150 likes achieved. There's some DataZero impersonator in the chat. There's a fake DataZero in the chat. That's not me. There's a fake DZ in the chat. That's not me, cuz. What is going on? I'm getting hacked. Yo! Hey! SPY is tracking, guys. It's about to push up. Not financial advice. SPY's about to push up. Alright, we achieved the unachievable. Wait, did I miss a super chat? No way. Shout out All Time High, Anubis Gaming, Island, and Danny Lamb. I thought I missed a super chat. Thank you. Never want to be that guy. Don't do that. That's 5 to 10. I have a body double. Could be. 1,100 views, 150 likes, 2 brand new members, 130 in the building right now, cuz. Did you guys know GameStop has $9 billion in cash? Oh, can everybody share the live stream right now? Can everybody please share the live stream? I'm about to send you guys a link. Here's the link. Okay, so I'm gonna put the link in the comment section. I need you all to share that link right now. I know I shouldn't drink coffee and soda, but YOLO. YOLO, man. I'll drink some water with it. Hopefully I don't have a panic attack. I already had coffee today. Now I'm about to have a can of soda. Oh well, man. I'm active. I can handle it. It's the people that sit around that have the problems. I'm about to do some push-ups right now. Boom, 30 push-ups. Boom. That will counteract the diabetes. That will counteract the diabetes. Who needs Band? Banda's not here at the moment. Or she might be listening in the background. Who knows? AMC's back at $2.99, fam. AMC's back at $2.99. We need to get back at $3 though. How we feeling today, y'all? How we feeling today? How we feeling today, guys? It's time to wake up right now. Get the fuck up. I'm pumping the stock. The stock's dumping. GameStop's pulling back, unfortunately. RSI got overbought, and now we're getting shorted on. So, unfortunately, it is what it is. Only thing that can save GameStop now is rockets. Unfortunately, that will be the only thing that can save GameStop now. I did 30 push-ups. I need to do 20 more right now. Alright, that will counteract any over too much sugar that I had today. 50 push-ups, and I'll do another 50 later tonight, you know what I mean? That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Light work. 100 push-ups a day, keep the doctor away, I promise. Hope you not have a heart attack and shit. You and Trey need to have a push-up contest? Nah, he'll juice up. He'll juice up, but I probably could do more than him. I probably could do more than him, bro. I could do 100 straight. I can do 100 push-ups straight. He's juicing, bro. You guys know that, right? He's not natty. I'm natty. He's not natty. I'm natty. I got the sleeper build. I got the sleeper build. See? I got the sleeper build. He's not natty. Loser has to buy 100 shares of AMC. That'd be funny. 100 shares of AMC. That's only $300 right now. That's only $300. That's crazy. $300 will get you 100 shares of AMC. Yo, that's actually a steal if AMC were to go up. Like, all you need is 300 and you could, let's say AMC goes back to $4 right now. Now you got my mind thinking. AMC goes back to $4. Wait, where are we at? Why can't I get the thingy? What is it? What am I looking for? Now I can't remember. Alright, so if we go back to $4, 36% gains. I need at least a 50 to 100% flip. Dude, $300 will get you 100 shares of AMC, guys. That's pretty crazy. $298 will get you it right now. Less, so $299.99 will get you 100 AMC shares. GameStop, on the other hand, is a little bit more expensive. What are they gonna do with $9 billion in cash? Dude, they have $9 billion in cash. $9 billion, and they have 4,100 BTC, or a little bit more than that. The Bruce Lee cuts. I feel like I'm straight. I'm probably in better shape than at least, what, 70% people my age, if not more. As long as something goes down and I can run far, like, cause like say some shit goes down, if you can outrun, and this is terrible thinking, but if you can outrun the other people, you're gonna live. So as long as I can outrun everyone else, or a majority of everyone else, I'm cool. Most Americans are so lazy, bro. If Americans had to run right now, most Americans are so lazy. If they had to run right now, if they had to run like even like half a mile or a quarter of a mile, bro, they would literally die. They would literally, some of them, a huge majority of Americans couldn't even be able to do it, bro. The McDonald's would kick in. They'll be running and the McDonald's would kick in. The McDonald's will kick in. I'm gonna be out. I'm gone. And I got energy too for days. Well, you're gonna have a hard time outrunning me. Yo, Spy is tracking perfectly. Spy is tracking perfectly, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to see Bitcoin back at 108 though. Personally, in my personal opinion, I would love to see Bitcoin back at 108. Stocks and crypto, baby, can help change your life. I just hold crypto. I don't trade it. There's a small account I have that I dabble in, but crypto trading can also be profitable. Bro, can AMC please go back to $3? Come on, man. Please. We need AMC to go back to $3, guys. All right, SPY is slowly building bullish momentum, just so you guys are aware of this. Oh shit, NASDAQ filled the whole entire gap. I wasn't even paying attention. This is, so yeah, this is, SPY is definitely gonna bounce. NASDAQ filled the whole entire gap. So we had this big gap up. This is why bulls are so stupid. They bought here. And once you have a big gap up like that, you're gonna sell off, fill the gap, and then you could potentially continue up. That's why it was easy to call out puts. Too easy. Make sure you guys share the stream, please. That's what I'm doing right now. You know there's a 2x leveraged GameStop ETF. It's called T-Rex. Did you guys know that? I bet you didn't. Maybe you did. Who knows? Oh my God, this beat is horrible. It's like I'm kidding. All right, we got one more link to share. If you guys help me out, I'd appreciate it. Share thy links. What the hell is this? Brother, thank you. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the motivation. Buick is in the building too. Aren't you my first subscriber? I want to know who my first subscriber was. It might be Buick.
Yo DZ, Little, thank you for the show.
Thank you, bro.
Don't
I appreciate
stop.
it. I don't plan on quitting streaming. I'm probably going to try to keep streaming for quite some time. Yeah, I don't plan on quitting streaming anytime soon. Wow, why is SPY tracking so dumb right now? Am I the king of SPY? Let me know in the comments below, guys. Is my ego just crazy, or am I truly the king of SPY? I mean, let's be honest here. I'm kind of killing it. Let's be honest here. Thank you for the 2P, Scotty D. I appreciate you. Hey, there's this little secret up here. Apparently, there was some type of goal made. And now I am very happy. Thank you so much, Scotty D. I appreciate it, bro. Goal achieved. Goal achieved. Hidden goal in the background. Who did that? Was it the DZ double? Why is SPY tracking so good right now, though? Do I control the market? Does the white dotted lines control the market? Or does the market control the white dotted lines? Which is the truth? Yo, SQQQ's trying to go green on the day. You guys see that? You guys see that real quick? SQQQ's creeping up here. I did not notice this. SQQQ creeping up here. 30 minutes till power hour, 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 30 minutes to power hour, fam. What do you guys think about this beat? I love it. Yeah, this song's dope. That way you guys can see the live light. I think this is going to be really good. I think this is going to be really good here. I'm going to try to do a white dot it for GameStop. This one was good. This one was good. We came down, retested the 23.15, held a support, but we got to get above that 23.50 to see a nice move up on GameStop. They definitely, and they shorted on us too, which doesn't help at all. 2.9 million right now, 2.9 million. Man, relentless. I can't wait to see the short interest reports. They definitely got to go up. GameStop's probably at, does anybody got Ortex? Is there anybody out there with Ortex? Somebody give me the Ortex numbers right now for GameStop short interest. I bet you it's 12%. I bet you it's 12%. AMC trying to push up here a little bit. Trying. We want to see AMC back over 3, obviously. She's in barcode mode. Every time around this day it happens. The manipulation is horrid. BlackBerry up 13%, guys. Just keep an eye on that. And ACHR is another one you should keep an eye on as well, not financial advice. These stocks are going to make some moves, I believe. They do make moves. They make moves constantly. They're on the watch list for a reason. Okay, and SPY is still tracking stupid right now. Just give me the crown. Just give me the crown. Just give me the crown. Ego goes Super Saiyan today. I'm the king, give me my crown. I'm the king, give me my crown. Monday made this beat. Monday, if you're listening, you just got a free membership. Or you did get one earlier. He made another beat too. Probably won't ever be able to find it. I have over like 270 songs now. Oh no, I wanted to hear that. Now it's gone forever. So many beats. Okay, Banner gives me the crown. I'll take it. 50 just crossed the 200 on what time frame? This is a death cross. The 50 crossing underneath the 200 on the 5-minute time frame. That's called a death. A death cross. Right here it is. When that yellow line crosses underneath that white line. It might be a different color on your guys's. It most likely will be. Come on, Amy. Like, this is so manipulated. Amy should easily be able to pop up over to 3. So if you guys think I'm ignoring Amy, I'm not. But I'm just not going to sit here and watch it barcode. Because it's staying at the same price. You know what I mean? So if it moves, I'll let you guys know. But it's at 298 right now. 299. It's going to ping pong back and forth. We'll see what happens. As long as we make a higher low, which is what we did, we'll be fine. To confirm it, we need to get back over 3, though. That song was called Viral. Viral. I found it. Boom, look. That good. That good. I'm that good, bro. It matters. It matters on the small time frame, yes. It matters if you're trading. If you're looking at the bigger picture, no, it does not matter at all. It matters if you're day trading, swing trading. AMC 297, GameStop 2326, SPY 60630, 60627, 60626. Bitcoin's still green on the day, 1% up, 107.4. Would love to see Bitcoin back at 108. That'd be beautiful. That'd be something worth celebrating. You're welcome, bro. I got you. I have to make myself useful somehow. All right, we got 15 minutes, or about 20 minutes till power hour, 20 minutes till power hour, 20 minutes till power hour. Okay, you see how SPY's tracking 1,000%, bro. Insane. I think GameStop's gonna kind of do something like this, perhaps. Let me get another support and resistance here. I don't know if we're gonna go a little bit lower. $10-minute is going red. That's a problem. That's a problem. See, I don't know if we might go a little bit lower, but I feel like we should be able to recover. In the close, maybe a little bit higher than this, especially if we hold support, but I feel like we're definitely gonna come a little bit lower here on GameStop. As soon as I drawed the line, the candle started pulling back. I need to be careful with these lines, man. They're powerful. As soon as I drew it, drawing it, as soon as I created it, the candle started pulling down towards. I gotta be careful with these things, man. They're powerful. As soon as I made the line, it started pulling price down. All right, this is what I got for you guys. This is my best guess, all right? Now, if we can hold support here, we might be set up for a little bit better close than this. But the main thing we need to worry about is just we need to be above 23.15, because if we can stay above 23.15, then we're going for that 23.50. SPY might pull back hard tomorrow, which could give GameStop some working room. I think something's going on though, guys, because they're really working on pumping SPY. I mean, this is the fakest shit I've ever seen. When you see shit like this, you know it's about to get fake. So, and remember last time we seen this and we saw that huge rally and then it crashed? I know you guys remember what I'm talking about. We seen this in after hours, like huge wicks. And then a big rally came and then SPY crashed. I know one of you guys listening remembers that shit, man. I know you guys do. There was like, I don't know what you want to call it. There was wicks in after hours. Big ass long wicks like that. And the next thing you know, SPY starts rallying. And the next thing you know, we have a big crash. GameStop might be able to hold support here at this 23.25 and push up and give us a little bit better close. We need to break above this line here, though. That's the problem. I'm hoping if we can curl up, that would be a nasty move. Ooh, oh, that's a death. See, if we can curl up just a little bit, we can get a golden cross and everything. Right here's the moving averages. We got to get back above them. Come on, GameStop. You got this, baby. I know you do. I know you do. Because you're bullish today. You're going to have a green day. You're going to have a green day, buddy. I know what they do to you. I know they manipulate the shit out of you, bro. But it's going to be all right. We're going to get through this together. Bitcoin's pushing up a little bit here. I swear GameStop moves with Bitcoin a little bit too, bro. I swear. They tried to say Bitcoin was the reason why it was rallying. So, I mean, is it that far-fetched? I don't know. Okay, this another crazy beat. I don't know if you guys agree, but I agree. Yeah, see? Peterson remembers. Thank you, brother. Told you I wasn't crazy. And it was about a month or two ago. That's right. When you see shit like that, you know it's about to get fake. . SQQQ's trying to go green here, man. It's also trying to get a golden cross 5-minute time frame. I'll tell you what, if this happens, SPY's going to end up dumping in the close instead of doing what I think, pushing up. NASDAQ looks like it might be losing momentum. That means SPY's going to dump in the close. Careful on SQQQ, man. This thing's on an uptrend, bro. It's on a straight overall uptrend. And it has not broken its trend line. So this is... This is an uptrend. There's nothing you can say about it. I could almost draw a trend line for SPY for a downtrend. And SPY hasn't broken above it. If SPY breaks above the trend line, then you could see a move up, but... Oh no, GameStop. Just follow my prediction. Son of a gun. I gotta be careful with these things, man. I knew it. I don't want to lose 23.15. Please, on God. We just use the moving average as resistance. It's all bad. SPY is robbing premium right now. SPY is robbing premium. We're half, I would say 60% done at this point with the class. 60%. All right, we just passed 1,200 views. I appreciate that. 157 likes achieved. They should make a little freaking like achievement thing like Xbox has and PlayStation has when you get a certain amount of likes. It would be more interactive too for the people. A little thing should come up and say 150 likes achieved. Achievement unlocked. Bro, that would be so sick if YouTube made an update like that. Motorflix, why? Were you not following me? I called out the puts this morning for free. Yeah, I called out puts this morning for free. $607 puts. Danny Lamb made money. Didn't you, Danny? If you're still listening. And I said in yesterday's video that we would go to 608 and pull back. I said that in yesterday's video to a T. I said we're gonna go to 608 and pull back. I know I said that they're 608. pumping it up to take liquidity because there's so much uncertainty in the market with the Trump tariffs, with all...
It's all right though. Shit happens, bro. Just don't quit. Quitters never win. All right, SPY is mad robbing premium right now. Look at it. Just trending sideways. Oh God, no, never leverage, brother. Never that. Never that, bro. Yeah, no, never leverage. GameStop! Why? What are you doing, brother? What are you doing to me? They're shorting it, aren't you? Just tell me the truth.
Okay. They have 2.9 million. I don't know what's happening. We're just screwed, guys. Sorry, I had the sudden urge for a chicken sandwich, so I'm making a chicken sandwich. And besides, I have this bread I have to use up or it'll go moldy. It's like legit bread. Okay, so YouTube's reminding me that it's about to be power hour, so I'm going to play my hourly commercial. There's only 110 people here, so no one will care. You guys don't care, right? Everybody left once GameStop pulling back. It's okay. GameStop just found support on 2315. We're not screwed. RSI also is oversold. I was being dramatic for entertainment purposes, just so you guys know. I was being dramatic for entertainment purposes. YouTubers have to drum things up, you know? We have to make stuff that's not entertaining, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. Life is filled with things that we don't understand. So just please enjoy this commercial and thank you. Yeah, quick sell all of your GameStop shares. You know what I should have did though? I thought about it long and hard. I should have took profit here when I was up 100% and I could have bought more shares. Instead, I was just holding them. And now, if GameStop runs, it might not come back down. So there was a 38% drawdown. I could have definitely got more shares for free. I could have sold my shares. I was like 115% in the money. I could have sold my shares and then had a 38% drawdown. I definitely could have got like almost double the shares, bro. I could have doubled up. So I think next time I'll probably try to make a move like that. And if I would have did that here as well, like here's another one that I could have did. I could have been flipping those the whole time. But I didn't really care to because like I was like, screw it. But that's me being lazy. I shouldn't do that. I should work as hard as I can to make as much as I can. So I'm going to stop just holding. I'm going to trade the shares in one account that I basically just hold in. So I'll let you guys know if I take profits and stuff like that. But that just means I'm going to take profits to buy back in. SPY is tracking what else is new. Pretty much every time I draw a line, it tracks. I'm right 99.9999999% of the time. If you don't know, now you know. You sold your GameStop for real? You better be trolling. I didn't make anyone do anything. This is all for entertainment purposes. Okay, so if Spy stops tracking, it will be a miracle at this point. Basically, anything I say Spy does, it does. And then GameStop's getting a vicious bounce after shaking out ILM. ILM just got shaken out. So ILM just got shaken out, and now GameStop's making a vicious bounce. Tell me who bought the dip? Tell me who bought the dip. ILM, quick, buy the dip back. You better buy back right now. You sold for a loss too? Damn. Did you sell for a loss too? If you sold for profit, buy back right now. That's loss trading. Bro's about to get in trouble for loss trading. All right, now here's the main event. We need to see GameStop get back above 23.25. That's going to be our resistance level. And if we break above this orange sloping support resistance here, you could see a decent move to the upside. Pray for GameStop. Spy bouncing? Yeah, Spy's bouncing, guys. Be careful on that. I think Spy's going to push up here, y'all. I think Spy's going to push up, so be careful. Okay, this is crazy. GameStop just made a bullish hammer candle, and then right after made a bearish gravestone doji. Just pointing that out. I'll hold to 0 too, but I'm definitely trading, bro. I'm trading for now. I'm trading my shares and making more shares. Because I could have literally had triple or quadruple the amount of shares that I have right now if I just traded them. Now, I wouldn't have the average price that I have because I have an extremely low average that I could have never got back. But having more shares is more profit, especially that I got those shares for free. Now, there is a pro and con to that because my average is $15. Or my average is $16. GameStop never went back to $16. So there is a pro and a con to that. The lowest GameStop ever went was after that was there's a low of $17 here, but I bought I forget when I bought the shares. It might have been somewhere around here. It had to be somewhere down here. But these shares were shares that I had bought because I knew GameStop was breaking out of this falling wedge and we're going to go into a macro uptrend. So I bought them and I was like, I'll just sell them in like 2 years. But I should have actively traded those this whole time. Now, again, I wouldn't have the average I have now if I did that, but I would have probably triple the amount of shares for free on house money, which is what I used to do back in the day for AMC. GameStop's getting a nice bounce right now, guys. If you want to drop a rocket or two, that'd be cool. We are officially in power hour. I have a chicken sandwich in the oven. It's going to be absolutely delicious. I'm going to go check on that right now, so don't mind me. Guys, you don't understand. not understand. And I got the perfect patties. Not sponsored, but if you guys were to buy some of these and I tagged them, I would get money for that. That's so funny. But check this out. These Johns are fire, okay? These Johns are fire, bruh. Look at that patty. I make chicken fillet sandwiches at home. I'm gonna put the sweet baby rays on that dome, bro. Wait, we got a bullish engulfing? Where? On GameStop. And SPY's pushing up as predicted. What else is new? What else is new? Tune in for the best, literally the best predictions on YouTube. I'm giving myself a round of applause. You guys just give me a like and a comment. Help me build engagement. Help the algorithm know that this is the place to be. Also, these beats. I don't know if you guys like rap music, but these beats are disgusting. Woo. SPY pushing up. SPY resistance 607.13. SPY pushing up as predicted. This is that bullish divergence I was telling you guys about. This is that bullish divergence I was telling you guys about. Okay, so SPY's gonna have resistance at 607.13. Just remember that. RSI is already starting to get close to overbought 5-minute time frame. GameStop, if it breaks above the sloping support and resistance, we're good. We are above 23.25, which is decent. But again, 23.15 is like ultimate goal for us here on GameStop. Anybody GameStop related in the AMC, if you really AMC related, you want to see AMC over $3. SPY is definitely going to meet resistance at 607.13, but could go as high as 607.63. But don't expect anything crazy, like a crazy pump. I'm expecting like a pull up and then possible snap down. All right, so Facecam will be back here shortly. Before the end of the day, we have 50 minutes remaining. 50 minutes remaining. I appreciate anybody here right now. 125 people in the building. 125 people in the building. 1,300 views. 161 likes. 2 brand new members. We have been streaming for 5 hours already. 5-hour live stream. And I started earlier, but it was acting weird, so I had to restart it. All right, I'm gonna get my food. I'm coming right back, and once I'm done eating, I'll turn the camera back on. But I'm about to slam this sandwich. Wait, I will show you guys the sandwich. I will show you guys the sandwich. I'll show you guys the sandwich. Hold on. All right, so SPY's pushing up towards that 607.63. Bro, chicken filet at home, me personally, you guys can put whatever you want on it, but me personally, I like onions. So we got the onions on it. Bro, chicken filet at home, baby. Chicken filet at home. Look at that. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, GameStop also pushing up. GameStop also pushing up. And then I got lemonade with it. Run that back. Run that back. Run that song back. Oh my God. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, this beat is disgusting. Yo, Amy's pushing up too. Amy's almost at $3, $2.99. If GameStop breaks above this orange sloping support and resistance, we could see a nice move up. What up, Top Dog? We were at the Blitz Royale. It was crazy. 45 minutes remaining. 45 minutes remaining. 45 minutes remaining. AMC $3. AMC $3, baby, going green. Money flowing into the markets. Money flowing into the markets. I'm running that back one more time. GameStop really moving here. 23.35. What up, Malice? Sammy Fire. Oh my God, it's so good, bro. I would have slammed it on camera, but I'm like full out pigging out right now, so I can't do it. I don't even want to chew in your guys' ear, but I'm sorry. I'm full out pigging out right now. Bitcoin pushing up, guys. Bitcoin going for 108. What up, Steve? SPY pulling back a little bit here. I like onions, but you can put lettuce on it. Sweet baby rays. Maybe onions and lettuce. With this bread, it's so good. I slightly toast the bread. Okay, hold on, my mouth's full. Okay, now I can talk. I am slamming the sandwich, guys. StealthDataZero family. Oh, we have a Discord. We have a Discord inquiry. We have a Discord inquiry, guys. I'm going to send you the information right now. So I just sent the Discord information if you're interested. SPY is at 607.22, trying to hold 607.13 support and resistance. If it's able to hold this, you could see a little bit more upside. AMC, we need you back there, buddy. We need you back there. They probably shorted immediately. Let's find out. Okay, no. I think SPY might try to go to 607.63. But RSI's overbought. I think it might go to 607.63 and then like start to pull back from there. Look how it made that sharp hook up, like exactly like I said it would. That sharp hook up. It's not worth it because you're just depending on GDP and they could cook the numbers and that's a risk. All right, GameStop is breaking above sloping support and resistance. GameStop is breaking above sloping support and resistance. This is extremely bullish, guys. If GameStop can stay above this orange sloping support and resistance, we could see a decent move to the upside for GME. Yes, I go live every day, brother. I go live every day. Streaming is my full-time job. If I don't go live, I don't make money. Well, I make money, but not, you guys know what I mean. I mean, I don't have to post every day to make money off of YouTube, and I also have other income streams. But I want to stream. Okay. Discord member, we got a new Discord member, baby. Welcome to the winner's circle. If you guys missed it, I showed everybody all of the wins in the Discord. If you guys missed it, I'm trying to get this face cam back on. I'm done, but all right, I'll just keep it 100 with you guys. I'm done eating, but I need to take a toke. I'm a fiend. It's not like that, but I am gonna take a puff, bro. All right, I'll keep it 100 with you guys. I'll show you guys after this. Let me finish what I'm doing real quick, and then I'll show you the winners. Fudge, yeah, GameStop. All right, I'm gonna send you guys the Discord link. All right, I'm gonna send you to your Discord link. If GameStop breaks above this orange sloping support and resistance, you're gonna see a nice move up. Once your link goes out, I'll tell you, please click it right away. They are time sensitive. All right, bro, I sent you your link plus instructions. Please follow them. Okay, GameStop is rejecting. GameStop is rejecting, and SPY is starting to pull back from that support and resistance, guys. I told you a sharp pullback. I told you guys a sharp pop up and then a pullback. That's why calls are not viable. You're welcome, brother. Just please follow the instructions. I set your link out. All you have to do is take a screenshot of your payment, click the create a ticket section, and then post that picture in that section. That's all you have to do. Follow the instructions. Bitcoin approaching 108. Bitcoin approaching 108. AMC at 298. GameStop 23.26. We need to break above orange sloping support and resistance to see him move up. Okay. $30 25 minutes remaining. All right, bro, your link sent out. Thank you for buying the Discord, bro. And just if anyone else is on the fence, it pays for itself, bro. You get lifetime access to this. Plays after plays after plays. So I put mad plays out. I put them here in this room. All you have to do is go to this, put notifications on, and hit all messages, because only I post in that room. And so that way you can get notified anytime I put out a trade. You can also keep an eye on the day trade chat where I post possible trades and technicals. There's also other people in there trying to help out as well. Bro made about 1,000. You're getting the money, you're getting the money, you're getting the money, you're getting the money. He made $1,200 realized profit. This is gains made from plays. GameStop. We be playing GameStop. We be playing AMC. We be playing SPY, SQQQ. Quick little trade, in and out. That's how you do it, in and out. I want you guys to know that. Look, he got the stream open. He has the stream open. Ready. $815 profit. Like Discord pays for itself 100 times over. The question is, are you willing to invest in yourself? And this goes on forever. I could just scroll up so long. And it was just going to load more and more and more and more. Has the stream open, look. Today's returns. Read that. $1,400 total. 115%. On the stream, called the bounce. I entered. Look. Literally giving me my props. Bro is a legend. Everybody giving me my props here. So join the hottest Discord, bruh. 100 for this lifetime? Are you kidding me? I'm literally giving out charity. And it will go forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. We got so many wins. So many wins. So many wins. $800. So if you want to join the winning team, like I always said from day one, get with us or get left behind. And I said that from day one. Either get with us or get left behind. The winning circle right here, the winning team. So yeah, if you ever wonder why I get so many super chats, now you know. Someone even said it in there, Ant-Man himself. The price will always change because it's sloping. You just gotta tune in and stay tuned. AMC $299. Thanks, Pam. $128 in the building right now. 128 in the building. 2 brand new members. 168 likes. Heading towards 175. Will we get the goal achieved? I don't know. You tell me. Appreciate you guys for being here, though. Hanging out. Like the stream if you haven't. Right here's the merch store too, rocking some of the merch if you want to check it out. T-shirts, mugs, tank tops, girls and guys. The video must up 4%. Some altcoins are green, some are not. Mixed bag today. XRP up 2.2. If Bitcoin goes to 108 though, you're definitely going to see altcoins push up a lot more. Bitcoin's up 1.30% on the day. Resistance at 108. SPY red on the day. SPY very well could close red. GameStop holding the line, but not breaking above orange sloping support and resistance yet. We need to break above that to see a recovery. Right now we're in a downtrend. We hit 2350, and now we're in a downtrend from 2350. So we need to recover from that. Hit 2350, rejected from that. We need to recover in order to be able to push back up. So we're pretty much trying to see if we can push up before close. We do have green MACD 5-minute time frame, so it looks like we possibly could, but what if it just rips? I feel like GameStop does want to just rip. Do it. Give me lots of views, because I'll get so many views if you pump. Do it. Lord, please let GameStop rally again. We got so many views. You got 15% off? Yeah, there's some type of sale going on right now. Wait, you just bought merch? Did you buy merch? Thank you, Pam. There's a sale going on right now. There's a sale going on right now. I'm gonna try to find a discount code. There's still time. Hold on. Oh, nah. It's not a sale. Damn. Sometimes there's sales. Yeah, sometimes there's sales. There's not one. I thought there was one. Sometimes there's sales, though, and I try to give out the codes. But I don't have any codes to give out right now. Nah, there's not a sale. I thought there was one, man. I'm mad as hell. I try to give out the code, so if you go to the website, when you check out, you can enter these codes. And then you can get money off of it. Now, if your order's over a certain amount, you get free shipping and stuff like that. But we got a lot of different stuff now. And it's all high quality stuff. This is the shirt I'm wearing right now. Oh wow, GameStop pushing up. GameStop pushing up. We might do this here. We still got 15 minutes. We still got 15 minutes. We got time. We got time. We got time. Go! Push, baby, push! Yes, yes! Yay, we might get this, y'all. I think we might. I don't know. You guys don't drop rockets no more. I'm so disappointed in all of you. I'm disgusted. Fucking disgusted. The family has lost their way. The family has lost their way. We have lost our way. I will not allow it. I will not allow it. Not under my watch. Not under my watch. Yeah, I got the PC, baby. I can run those things. I got the PC. I can run those things. If you got the PC, you can really spam. Somebody time out DataZero. He's spamming. Can I be timed out? Bano, can you time me out? I could probably untime myself out, right? If I were timed out, I could probably untime myself. I remember back in the day, we used to get the chat rate up to like 150. Chat rate of 5 right now. Guys, we used to get the chat rate up to 150. Everything I just did, and we only have a chat rate of 5. So imagine what a chat rate of 150 looks like. Can you imagine? All of those spam that I just did only got us to a chat rate of 5. So imagine a chat rate of 150. Oh, wow, we're crossing to 1,400 views. I didn't think we would get that far today. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. We've been live over 5 hours. We've been live 5.5 hours. And I streamed like a half hour before this live stream. So we did like a 6-hour live stream today. I started at 10. I was gonna start earlier, but it was just gonna be, I was just gonna have the stream on until 9:30, and then I'll start talking at 9:30. The bots are back. They're attacking my channel. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but for some reason the bots love my fucking channel, bro. That's crazy. Yo, someone just said, no way, that's wild. They said Robin Hood saying the wrong. You guys be using Robin, you be tripping. I have a decent amount of Ethereum. Someone said GNS is pumping. Did I make a prediction for this? It's up 12% right now. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I think BlackBerry's up more than that though. BlackBerry's up 12% as well. It was up 15%. It's selling off. It was up even more. Something's going on with the meme stocks. BlackBerry's a meme stock. I don't care what anyone says. BlackBerry's 100% a meme stock. Come on, GameStop, break above. This beat is sick, right? What do you guys think about this one? Yeah, so that's why I don't watch Amy constantly, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. When Amy's flat, it is what it is. We reached a goal today. It was 1 out of 1 super chat, so I really appreciate you. Let's shout out everybody who gave a super chat. Shout out Scotty D, All Time High, Anubis Gaming, Island with the 10-piece, Island with the 4-piece, or the 5-piece, and Danny Lamb with the 2-piece. Thank you, brother. Oh, yeah, I wanted to try to find another Donkey Kong beat before this ended. All right, we're doing it right now. Spy's pushing up, by the way, guys. Spy, I think, is going to try to go for 607.13. But I was right about 607 puts printing again. We went all the way down to 605.54. Tomorrow, GDP could crash or bring down the market. But trying to trade that, it's risky. Because you're depending on a data drop that can literally be manipulated. Alright, look, we're right on the line right now, guys. We're literally, since I'm on the 2-minute time frame, you can see everything. You can see how we broke above, then rejected down, and now we're trying to use it as support. You can literally see everything because I'm on the 2-minute time frame. See ya. Thanks, Pam. I appreciate you. Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. We just passed 175 likes. I didn't even realize. I really appreciate that, y'all. Look at GameStop. I'll be damned. We're going to have a good day after all, guys. We're going to have a green day after all. SPY pushing up, by the way. I'll be damned, GameStop. I'll be damned. You're dead. Son of a bitch, you're dead. 1 minute time frame really shows what happened. Look. As soon as you use it as support, you pop up. 1 minute time frame, break it down. SPY still red on the day though. Woo. Commercial, I will do a commercial after the market closes. It's only 5 minutes till market close. It just reminded me of the commercial. I'll do it after the market closes. Stick around for the commercial. Guys, I'll be doing a video around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tune in for a possible video around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll probably do a video, but I'm not 100% sure. I normally hit the algorithm, but yesterday I didn't hit the algorithm for some reason. I normally always get at least 1,000 views. I think yesterday we only got like 960. I normally always can hit the algorithm now. I figured it out a little bit. Plus, with you guys hitting the like button and leaving comments, it helps so much. But I kind of figured out like also how to like get it to push me out to new people a little bit. But I be getting shadow banned, I swear, bruh. That's because I say stuff on stream, that's why. I never been one to hold my tongue, though, bro. I don't know if I can, man. I always say what I feel and say what's real, man. What up, Buckeye? Yo, are you one of my first subscribers? I swear I remember you from, like, the beginning, bro. I swear I remember you from the beginning. Are you Tampa fan? Are you Tampa fan? I'm Tampa fan. I need everybody who lives in Tampa right now to type 1 in the chat. There's normally at least one person. Yo, 180 likes! You guys are... Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We got 180 likes for the Donkey Kong beat. Okay, GameStop is pushing up. Now that we broke above the orange sloping support and resistance, we're pushing up, guys. Look at it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Pushing towards 2350, which is what we ultimately want. If we can break and hold 2350, we could see a nice move to the upside. I need to know who my first subscriber is. That's what I want to know so bad. I want to know who my first subscriber is, or like my first 100 subscribers. Man, I want to know so bad. I live in the slums of Tampa. Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I live in the hood too. Yo, why is GameStop pushing up right now? Two. Type 2 if you're from New York. We have so many New Yorkers. Bro, there's so many New Yorkers. I guarantee you there's at least 10 people from New York in here right now. We have 132 people. I guarantee you there's 10 people from New York right now. Type a 2 if you're from New York, bro. Type a 2. Yo, GameStop. GameStop pushing up, baby. Bro, 20. Told you Green Day. And now we're about to. Ooh, now we're about to make 2350. We're at 2352. Listen, if we close about 2350, it's on a popping, baby. And if SPY pulls back tomorrow, oh my God. On a popping. Yeah. And market is closed. Market is closed. AMC closing at 298. Not a big deal. It's going to be over $3 tomorrow, watch. Especially if GameStop starts pushing up. GameStop closing at 23.53. Let's go. 23.53. GameStop closed. 23.53, fam. I told you we might if we break above the orange sloping support and resistance, you'll see a nice move up, and that's exactly what we saw. We used it as support and just boom, nice move up. We broke above that orange sloping support and resistance and had a nice move up. You see that? A nice move up after breaking above that. And this is so bullish. That means today was a consolidation day, and tomorrow is going to be bullish, in my personal opinion. So, green week for GME. Green week for GME. Green week for GME. All GME has to do is push up a little bit, and there will be AMC green week. Yep. Unfortunately, SPY green week right now, but it could pull back here, like I said, here. But guys, this was the DZ live stream. If you enjoyed it, hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, hit subscribe. I'd really appreciate that. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you enjoyed the show, hit the like button. Leave a comment. And tune in around 8:30 for a possible video. Put the bell and that's PM Eastern Standard Time. And put the bell notification on. That way you know when I go live or drop content. And as always, man, I appreciate all of y'all, man. SPY closed at 607.09. Bitcoin's at 107.6, up 1.25% on the day. SPY resistance at 607.13. Thank you all for everything, man. I appreciate y'all. Thanks, Button. I appreciate it. It depends on GDP, Danny. So it's not worth trading. It's too scary. Thank you, Button. Jerome's talking. It's probably, if he's talking right now, it's probably just a replay of earlier. Because ain't no way the Fed speech is happening. Yeah, they're just...
or near maximum employment and inflation remaining somewhat elevated, the Federal Open Market Committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% since the beginning of the year. We have also continued to reduce our holdings of Treasury and agency mortgage-backed securities, and beginning in April, further slowed the pace of this decline to facilitate a smooth transition to ample reserve balances. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Policy changes continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level.
Shout out, Buckeye.
Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined.
Quality control.
Even so, increases in
out.
tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. The FOMC's obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy rate. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Now, I'll be keeping us to a pretty strict 5 minutes, since we have a lot of senators who want to and deserve time with the chair of the Fed. So, Senator Rounds, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the courtesy. Chairman Powell, first of all, let me just touch base on, I'm just curious, a couple of items almost of housekeeping nature. With regard to Wells Fargo, was that asset cap and removing it, that was a unanimous vote by all 7 Fed governors, as I recall?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciated the chairman bringing up the fact that you have identified reputational risk and have addressed it. I think that was a really important item for the Fed to do, following up on both the OCC and the FDIC's actions. As you know, past Fed materials like the Supervision and Regulation Report often embedded reputational risk within the management component of the CAMELS rating system without clear metrics or accountability. That kind of ambiguity can chill lawful activity and distract from your core mission, monitoring capital, liquidity, and operational resilience. Now that the Fed is moving toward a more objective and disciplined approach to supervision, how will you make sure that this change is fully implemented at the examiner level? And more broadly, what other regulatory updates can we expect?
So on following through on supervision, Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman actually brings an unusual background to this work, and that is that she's a former supervisor. So she speaks that language and relates to their work. And I think if anyone can have an effective relationship with them and work with them successfully, it would be Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman. So I'm confident about that. As we think about things that are going on in the pipeline, so I would just point to a few things. Basel III Endgame. We're going to look at the rating system. We're going to be actually voting to put out for comment something on supplemental leverage ratio this afternoon. We're looking at our merger policy. Stress tests is a big thing, and there are a number of things that we're looking at that we've announced and we'll be moving to in time.
Thank you, sir. The payment of interest on reserves has become a central pillar of the Fed's post-crisis monetary policy framework. Since the transition away from the pre-2008 scarcity model, where reserves were tightly managed to influence the federal funds rate, the Fed has relied on an ample reserves regime using administered rates like interest on reserves to maintain control over the short-term rates. As of February 2025, nearly 19% of the $18 trillion in bank assets were effectively loans to the Federal Reserve earning interest. Given this structural shift, how feasible would it be for the Fed to return to a scarcity-based framework where reserves earn little or no interest? And if interest on reserves were eliminated, what would be the impact that would have on the Fed's ability to unwind its balance sheet and manage policy rates?
So we're in an ample reserve framework now, and that's a good thing. That's a result of the global financial crisis and the desire to have lots and lots of liquidity and large liquidity requirements for our largest banks in particular. So that's a good thing, and that enables banks to keep lending through stress and that kind of thing. If you were to want to go back to a scarce reserves, it would be a long and bumpy and volatile road. I wouldn't recommend that we undertake that road. It would not save any money. There's an illusion that it would save money. That is not the case. And it would also not make credit more available. This, in effect, I would say having a lot of liquidity in the system, which is what goes with ample reserves, make sure that banks will be able to continue to lend. So we think it works, and I think unwinding it is a policy choice which could be executed, but it would take years to execute, and it would be challenging and quite volatile.
Thank you. I've just got about 35 seconds left or so, but I did want to touch on one item that the chairman mentioned it, and I think it's important. I know that you didn't mention it in your opening statement, but would you talk a little bit about just exactly what's going on with your building? When you have that type of an overrun on the prices and you're talking about billions of dollars in costs, I think it's appropriate for you to be able to explain to the committee exactly what's going on. Would you take a few minutes, please, and explain what's going on with the value of that building and why the costs seem to be so exorbitant?
I'd be glad to if I can have that time. So
please.
Thank you for the letter we received late yesterday. We will provide a much more detailed response, but just generally, I would just say we do take seriously our responsibility as stewards of the public's money. And the other thing I would start with is no one in office wants to do a major renovation of a historic building during their term in office. Much prefer to leave that to your successors. And this is a great example why, let alone two historic buildings that needed a lot of work. But we decided to take it on because, honestly, when I was the administrative governor before I became chair, I came to understand how badly the Eccles building really needed a serious renovation. It never had one. It was not really safe, and it was not waterproof and that kind of thing. So we took it on. I would also say that the media reports that you accurately quoted, they're misleading and inaccurate in many, many respects. And I would just point to, there's no VPI dining room. There's no new marble. We took down the old marble. We're putting it back up. We'll have to use new marble where some of the old marble broke, but there's no new, there are no special elevators. They're old elevators that have been there. There are no new water features. There's no beehives, and there's no roof terrace gardens. Other than that, so all of the sort of inflammatory things that the media carried are either not in the current plan or just inaccurate. So, but notwithstanding that, the cost overruns are what they are. So let me just say on that.
Well, we're well over the 5-minute mark. I'm happy to give you time to talk about that. I'm happy that there are no beehives in there, but we're going to figure out what they are anyways. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, Chair Powell, the Fed released its updated economic projections last week, and I appreciate your summary, but I want to look at the trend lines here. The Fed's outlook on inflation, the labor market, and GDP growth have all gotten worse. Compared to your economic projections in December, the latest numbers show that the Fed is now projecting higher inflation, from 2.5% in December now to 3.1%. Higher unemployment from 4.3% to 4.5%. Lower economic growth from 2.1% projected just 6 months ago to 1.4% that you're now projecting. Chair Powell, what has changed in the last 6 months that has caused the Fed to forecast substantially higher inflation, somewhat higher unemployment, and lower economic growth than you did in December?
So some of it is just taking signal from data reports that we've seen. Some of it is people working in the possible effects in the short term of tariffs. We have no view on the wisdom or the longer term effects of trade policy. It's not our job. And by the way, I should add, our forecasts are generally, and in this case, are very, very similar to what outside forecasters are calling for.
I understand that. I'm just using you as the gold standard here. I know it's consistent. But you mentioned tariffs as one of the things that has changed over the last 6 months. Donald Trump has become president and the economy has headed down. Not only does the Fed data now show slower growth and higher prices this year, it sees slower growth and higher prices over the next 2 years as well. And the Fed sees no longer-term boost to the economy or drop in inflation. In other words, no upside to Trump's chaotic tariff war or his other economic policies. So let's talk for just a minute about what's under the hood of the Fed's economic forecast. Chair Powell, I know a lot of different factors influence the trajectory of interest rates. Is one of those factors how quickly the federal debt grows relative to the growth in the economy?
Not directly, no. We don't look at that as a factor that helps us set monetary policy.
So you're not watching the ratio between the amount of the federal debt and the growth in the economy?
No.
How fast the debt is growing and how fast the economy is growing? I think I have quotes from you saying last year, quote, we don't need to pay the debt down. We don't need to balance the budget. We just need the economy to grow faster than the debt. Are you saying something different from that now?
No, when asked and pressed, I pretty much always say the same thing as my predecessors, which is that we're on an unsustainable path. I would not say, though, that we do. I will say this: we do not look at federal financial policy and deficits as something that affects our month-to-month monetary policy decisions.
I'm trying to get the overall projection of what happens in the economy. So, for example, I think you have made the point that if we spend on things like childcare that can boost labor participation and GDP, that may be a time when you offset the debt that you incur to do that. But if there aren't investments like that and we are simply running up the debt, what's the impact of increasing the national debt? So I understand that you don't comment on fiscal policy, but it does affect your job, which is keeping inflation under control and also maximizing employment. If certain policies would materially drive up the national debt and increase the debt to GDP ratio over time, could that make it more likely that we would see inflation, all else being equal?
I mean, theoretically,
guys, look
sure,
for a video
fiscal
around
policy
8:30
can add to
p.m.
inflation,
Eastern
but that's,
Standard Time. I
again,
think
that's
Jimmy will
really
hold,
not
in my
something we
personal
comment
opinion.
on.
We're gonna see
We
what
try to
happens.
stay
I
away from
understand
fiscal
you don't
This
comment
is
on it, but I
the
do appreciate your
stream, just doing
acknowledgement
a
of the
quick
math
recap
here.
of the
The Joint
Fed
Committee on
Chair Powell
Taxation
meeting.
project.
So I just let that play while that was going, so you guys can get a little bit of recap on that. Also, if you guys want to see the full thing, you can rewind the stream. I have both of the meetings streamed. Predictions for SPY, GameStop, AMC, they played out today. I erased the macro for AMC, but I still think the same thing's going to happen, but I'm just going to do small like I normally do. Still think the same thing's going to happen. GME's looking like possible good setup tomorrow. I think we hold 2350. That would be extremely bullish. Today was a good consolidation day, holding key levels and confirming them as support. I will see you all later. Put the bell notification on. Thank you, Ann, Nate, Bano, Spectre. Thank you. Everyone be easy. And as always, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out.